get back to you here shortly. Hello and welcome in. Thank you for tuning in. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, of course, if you've already joined on TikTok, thank you for being here as well, guys. Today we have some insane breaking news. Sincerely, one of the most difficult stories that I've ever had to report to you guys has occurred. Earlier today in Minneapolis, ICE were in pursuit of a suspected undocumented immigrant. And while in pursuit, a woman was kind of pulling out of a parking spot, pulling out of her driveway, and was in the middle of the road. An American woman, an American citizen. She then tried to wave the ICE agents to go around her car. In the process, she tried to back up. The ICE agents then then stopped their car, got out of their car, walked up to her car, and were asking her to get out, in which she then tried to leave. While she was leaving the scene, one of the ICE agents pulled out their DHS-registered firearm and shot her 3 times in the head while they were in no position of a threat. The car was not angled towards them or heading towards them. They weren't in a position of imminent bodily harm. In fact, the ICE agent that shot her 3 times in the head and executed her in broad daylight was standing off to the side of her vehicle with the vehicle's tires pointing away from him. And then after she was murdered, the car then continued to roll in the opposite direction of the ICE agents until it hit a pole and stopped moving. But that's not all. There was a doctor on scene. The ICE agents refused to let the doctor see the woman. That's also not all. 15 minutes later, when an ambulance showed up, that ambulance was blocked by the agents' vehicles. And that's also not all, because after we've seen this all unfold, and by the way, the video is circulating the internet, Donald Trump and the Department of Homeland Security then put out a statement saying that that woman was a radical, violent, hateful leftist, and that it seemed to be self-defense on behest of the ICE agent. That is false, and I can prove it. So, if you're on TikTok right now, what you're about to see is a photo that I'm putting up on the phone screen, or more so on your phone screen, of the moment the first shot rang off. As you could tell, her vehicle was pointed away from the agent, leaving the scene. He was standing to the side of the vehicle, pulled out his gun, and shot her in the head. He was in no position of imminent bodily harm whatsoever. At this point in time, I'll also go ahead and show that image over on the YouTube stream. This is disgusting. This is disgraceful. This is mad. The Trump administration is asking you to deny the evidence of your eyes and ears. Full stop. What we're seeing today is a propaganda machine unlike no other. They're asking you to deny your eyes that you could use to watch the video, acknowledge that the officer that shot her 3 times in the face was standing off to the side of the screen, asking you to deny your ears of listening to the video and hearing the screams and the chants of murder from the bystanders immediately following this daylight execution. Because what they want you to believe is that this was self-defense. This was not self-defense. There's no argument for self-defense. This was clearly murder. And in fact, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day connected and loaded into the stream. If you've never been here before, we do debates. We talk to Trump supporters. We try to get more people to go from the pro-Trump side of history to the anti-Trump side of history, because it's common sense that we shouldn't be supporting a regime that acts like a wannabe dictator, murdering and then defending the murder of citizens in our own streets. And in fact, this first Trump supporter's name, or at least screen name, is Jesus Christ, and then their profile picture is an image of Jesus Christ. So it seems like they're Christians. So Mr. MAGA Christian, do you accept or reject that today an ICE agent murdered an American woman in broad daylight and then that action was defended by the government and administration that you support?
Um, I can accept that it was murder. Um, I don't know how well Trump just he called her like a radical leftist, the woman, or who did he call that?
Yeah, her and the person that was recording. Actually, this is a good time to go ahead and read through the message that he put out. Let's go ahead and pull that up on screen now. Donald Trump says that the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. That's just evidently false. I just showed you the clear screenshot of him being off to the side of her car, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. In fact, he goes on to say, based upon the attached clip, it is hard to believe that he is alive. I'm so sorry. This is propaganda. He was off to the side of the vehicle. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and our ICE agents on a daily basis. They are trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. Let me just tell you real quick. That message in response to this event infuriates me. It genuinely pisses me off unlike no other. This is indefensible.
Yeah, I'm not gonna defend that. That was a really really stupid tweet. I mean, I typically don't read his tweets because I don't really like care about them because it's really he's an incoherent old man. He does I mean, but I still support his policies even if
He's
I just
defending
don't.
the murder of our citizens in daylight. Can you
Okay.
agree? Can we
Yeah.
both agree that a fair red line to hold against any president is that if they support and defend the broad daylight execution of our own citizens, that they should not be in office?
I can agree that if a president were to, defend the obvious murder of a citizen, that they should get their like social media privileges taken away.
Should they be in office? Can we just all agree? You know what? This is a question primarily to the guests on the live, but also a question to everyone watching, to every single person watching. Can we agree that if a president defends the broad daylight execution of a citizen under the guise that that citizen who is executed is a member of the radical left, a member of the political opposition to the party in which he represents, fueled by hatred and violence, just to bend the knee to the executor by saying that I'm surprised they're alive and we need to support them, that they should not be in office? Can we agree? It looks like I can agree with every single person in my chat, nearly every single person on my YouTube stream. Now, can you agree, guest?
Um, I cannot agree.
And
I don't
that
think
is
that's
the
a real.
problem with America. This is why history is
Really?
bound to repeat itself. This is why, this is how dictators become popular. This is how violent regimes become the core governance of any country. And it's because, for whatever reason, people like you will sit here and tell us all that you don't care if our president defends the broad daylight murder and execution of one of our own citizens under the guise of the fact that the person who was executed is a member of the political opposition. You say, I still want them in that office. Sir, you are preying on the downfall of America. You are advocating for the worst interests of us all. And the fact that this is still an action that you support makes you a terrible Christian who should turn around and repent to God at once.
Well, hold on, wait, give me a sec. I need to disconnect my earbuds. All right.
We're waiting.
So yeah, yeah. So you said that I support. I don't support this. I don't support this. It's just that I don't think this is enough of a red line. So
It's never enough of a red line. Pardoning the 174 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol, then labeled them as patriots, wasn't enough of a red line. Having a court determine that he raped a woman wasn't enough of a red line. Defying Congress and breaking federal law 5 times by not releasing the totality of the Epstein files and then illegally evading an explanation for the illegal redactions that he made wasn't a red line. Tell me, what would be a red line? Give me an example of a red line that you would hold against Trump. Because as it stands, I don't think you have any. I think he could do whatever he wants. When is enough enough?
if he
What would
passes
it take
policies that I
from
disagree
Trump for you to stop supporting him?
if he passes policies that I disagree with, the whole reason I came up here was to talk about
So-
mass deportation.
If you were to agree with his policies, but a year ago, you also know he raped a child, would that be enough for you to stop supporting him?
A year ago, no, because that's in like the current day. That's like after he stopped becoming after he was president in 2016, and after he was in politics. So.
So you would not stop supporting him.
No, I would.
What if he raped a child 10 years ago?
I would still not. support
20 years
that.
ago?
I would still not.
Okay, so raping a child is a red line.
Yes.
Are there any others? What about raping a woman?
I don't want to talk about this. I want to talk about mass deportation.
You had no issue answering this question when I asked you about raping a child. Now why do you take issue when I ask you this question about raping a woman?
Because I know you're going to bring up E. Jean Carroll, and I don't want to get into a discussion about that. I wanted to talk about mass deportation when I came up
How
here.
about this? I promise I won't. But would you stop
Okay.
supporting Trump as president if he raped an adult woman?
At what point? When?
Ever?
No, I would not.
So child grape's enough for you to stop supporting him, but adult woman grape isn't. You know, honestly, I think the only reason why you hold this standard for child grape but not for adult grape is because you know it's been proven by a court that he's raped an adult, but it hasn't been proven by a court that he's raped a child. I think the ideological mess that you're describing to us all is basically this idea that the only red lines you'd hold against Trump are in reference to things that you don't think have been proven yet.
Well, I mean, it's just that I disagree with if he was ever to rape a child, that I would immediately stop supporting him. But I didn't come up to talk about this.
I don't think it's relevantly worse to rape a child than it is to rape an adult woman insofar as should they or should they not be running the country. Oh, and then even about mass deportation. Okay, Donald Trump's doing a mass deportation.
Yes.
But inside of doing that mass deportation, he has subjugated both undocumented immigrants and citizens to cruel and unusual punishment, like the daylight execution we saw today, or the deportation of Venezuelan immigrants in violation of their human and constitutional rights illegally to a place in El Salvador for terrorists where they're beaten and tortured. And then your name's also Jesus Christ. I don't think God would agree. Let's see. Respond to my argument. I don't think that we should do a mass deportation because although undocumented immigrants didn't come in this country the right way, they're here, and I think that they should be treated equal to citizens.
Yeah, well, I think that they should be deported because that's just like the best option. And you mentioned that Trump has, done human rights violations with his
1 second.
deportation.
1 second. You didn't respond to the argument that I gave you. I don't think that we should do a mass deportation because I think that undocumented immigrants should be treated equal to citizens. We don't deport citizens, therefore we shouldn't deport undocumented immigrants. Do you agree or disagree with that premise? Undocumented immigrants should be treated equal to citizens.
I disagree with that.
I have a question. You're a Christian. Is God all good?
Yes.
Is God all knowing?
Yes.
Is God perfect?
Yes.
If you disagree with God, are you wrong?
Yes.
Then, sir, you're wrong. Here is Leviticus 19, verses 33 and 34 of the Christian Bible. Verse 33 says, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, don't mistreat them. Verse 34 says, the foreigner residing among you in your land must be treated as your native born. So in all reality, it's not me you're disagreeing with.
Wait,
It's
so
God
you
you're
would
disagreeing with.
wait,
Because
so you
God is
accept
the one who said, when the foreigner is residing among you, you must be treated the same as your native born. So the question I'd ask you here is, why do you disagree with God?
Wait, no, so you accept Levitical law?
No, I'm stating that this is what God said to Moses.
Yeah, that's Levitical law. Christians don't follow Levitical law because that's in the Old Testament. The Old Testament is not synonymous with Jesus' teaching. I mean, so Leviticus also says you can't eat pork. It says, I believe that gay intercourse is wrong. It states that like slavery is okay. I don't follow Levitical law. So,
Okay. Did God say this?
well, that would still be in Levitical law. So I just don't.
I don't think you're answering my question. Did God say this?
I don't know. Did he?
You could see it on your screen. You're denying your eyes. The first verse
Lord
of Leviticus
says-
19 says, the Lord says to Moses. So did God say this, yes or no?
Yes.
So you think God's wrong?
I think that Levitical law is not synonymous with God's like actual teachings.
Would a teaching of God be something God says?
No, not necessarily.
What's a teaching of God?
A teaching of God would be one of his moral commandments that we follow today, and that is in like currently like the New Testament.
So the only teachings of God are in the New Testament?
Not just in the New Testament, but in books that Christians typically follow, right?
So what books do you follow and what books do you not follow?
I mean, well, I'd follow most books in the New Testament. Plus, I guess I could get some more, not necessarily moral, but
How do you
metaphorical
determine
commandments
how do you
from
determine
Genesis and-
how do you determine what books of the Old Testament you do or you don't want to follow?
Well, if books are more metaphorical, right? Like Leviticus, you just wouldn't.
Well, this isn't a metaphor, it's a statement from God to Moses. The same way God told Moses the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai found in Exodus. So do you think that the 10 Commandments were metaphorical?
No.
Why? Because God said it? Well, God said this too.
Okay.
The usual understanding of metaphor in the Old Testament would be that of the description of a prophet. But this isn't the description of a prophet, this would be word from your God. This is what the Lord said to Moses, just like he also gave the 10 Commandments to him. Right now, what you're trying to do is find a way to explain and justify your own ill will towards immigrants in contradiction with your gospel. And because it's in contradiction with your gospel, at the end of the day, you are finding a way to reject the words of your Lord.
Well, I think that overall the Bible has like contradictory phrases, you know.
Well, if you think the Bible's contradictory, then why would you follow it? Contradictions are necessarily false.
Well, I just don't follow the contradictions.
Well, you can't just cherry pick out the parts of the Bible that you think demonstrate its fallible nature.
I guess I could concede this. Yeah.
Okay, well then you concede the argument.
I
Not to
concede
me, to God.
Yeah, I can concede the argument over like the Christianity, but not mass deportation overall.
Well, that's the thing. You think that your sovereign, perfect God is the creator and ruler of all. And if your sovereign, perfect God, the creator and ruler of all, is telling you to treat them the same as you treat a citizen, you kind of do have to concede it overall.
I mean, I can disagree with that part. I mean, it not the like verse itself. It says foreigners. Does it state that like what foreigners, right? Like does
Well,
it say like legal or illegal foreigners or
all
like
all
documented or
foreigners.
undocumented foreign?
All foreigners.
Where are you getting all from?
From the verse,
It says all foreigners?
it says any foreigner. When a foreigner. If it wanted to specifically refer to legal foreigners, then it'd say that.
Okay.
You have to add more words into the scripture to interpret
No,
it
I
in
just
any other
asked.
way than to mean all foreigners.
I just asked.
And then the first word you said there was disagree. You can't disagree with a sovereign, perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful God.
Yeah. I just came up. I didn't really want to get into a conversation about Christianity either. I just wanted to talk about mass
You didn't want to get
deportation.
into a conversation of your moral imperatives that contradict your view on mass deportation?
Yeah.
So you have to ignore your God in order to support Trump's policy.
Not Trump's policy overall, just mass deportation overall. If Kamala Harris was doing mass deportation, I would have supported that too.
Well, aren't you the one that came up here and told me the one policy you wanted to talk about was mass deportation?
Yeah, because that's the policy that Trump's enacting right now
So
on
that's the
immigration.
policy that Trump's enacting right now on immigration that you wanted to talk about, that you have to ignore your God's sovereign will and perfect moral code to support. So how about this? I detest Donald Trump's mass deportation in the name of God.
But you're an agnostic.
Well, are you telling me that because I'm an agnostic and I don't think that God exists, that therefore he doesn't? You as a Christian would argue that even though I don't think he exists, he certainly does. I mean, that's the theological debate all day, every day. So I detest Donald Trump's mass deportation in the name of God, that you believe exists, that you believe governs over all, that you believe created me and created you, and is sovereign over the one true moral code that is unchanging and forever lasting in perfection.
I don't really know how to respond to that, dude. I just
Well, it's not that you don't know how to respond, it's that there isn't one, because any response would necessarily argue in refutation of your God's perfect sovereign will. And if there was a way to argue against God's will, well, then you wouldn't call him God.
yeah, I guess so. What now?
A concession would be nice. Obviously, you have to.
I can concede on the Leviticus verse.
Okay, now that you've conceded on the Leviticus verse, is there any way to support mass deportation? Because I think that mass deportation inherently would argue a different treatment for foreigners than citizens.
Well, I mean, if a citizen commits a crime, I guess it wouldn't be too bad to deport them too.
Well, point number one, is Donald Trump deporting citizens?
Nope.
So therefore, Donald Trump's
Well,
mass
actually,
deportation is not
didn't he deport a
is not
citizen?
treating citizens the same way as undocumented immigrants.
Okay. I mean, didn't
From
he
your
deport a
perspective.
citizen?
Yeah,
Didn't he deport a citizen?
yeah,
Yeah.
he did, but you answered no to the question. And even in the deportation of the citizen, okay, can we agree that that citizen should have either returned at once? Should have returned at once?
Well, did they commit a crime?
No,
Are they like a?
they were a child with brain cancer.
Oh, yeah, they should have been returned.
Okay. So you'd argue that not only is Donald Trump's mass deportation treating undocumented immigrants to a different standard than citizens, but you think when they make a mistake and deport a citizen that that ought to be rectified at once, and we ought to treat them to a different standard than citizens.
Man, I don't know, dude. You got me. I can't. I can't really argue against that.
Yeah, this is by far one of my strongest arguments because it's not mine, it's God's. But okay, I mean, I hope that you reconsider your view here because in all reality, this isn't just a debate. Okay, we're discussing the livelihoods of millions of people just like you, just like me, that are in this country for a better life, that actively make this country better, that pay taxes, that start businesses, that are over 2 times less likely to commit a violent crime. And for vast majority of them, the only reason why they entered into this country, the use of undocumented means, isn't because they wanted to, but it's rather because the legal means of entry have been neglected by Congress for almost all of modern American history. But I'm going to move on to the next
Wait,
guest.
before you move on, I have one question. One question before you move on.
Go ahead.
All right, how do you connect your mic to your phone, dude?
Well, I'm actually not streaming through my phone. I'm streaming through my computer with a Sony A7 III.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah,
Have a good day.
Yeah, you take care. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box here, guys. But before we do start this next conversation, there's a couple people that I'd like to thank because you guys are going crazy today. Miss Victoria, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over on YouTube. Victoria, that is so incredibly kind of you. That is so much money, and thank you so much for your kindness. Victoria says, F ICE and F Trump, glad I live in Canada. Victoria, I'm glad that you live in Canada too, okay? I'm happy for everyone that is not in America right now. Thank you for the $100. I want to see 1,000 Victoria W's down below in that chat. Seriously, incredibly kind of you. As well as Mary, thank you for the $20, who says, I grieve for this lady and her family. I grieve for the America I used to know. Death is never easy to see or experience. I've seen too much. I'm sorry that you had to report it. Love you, Dean, and love the chat. Yeah, what happened today is horrendous. What happened today was a murder. It was a daylight execution. And I will keep her as well as her family in my thoughts. And I genuinely and truly hope that we soon learn her name and that everyone says it. Thank you so much for the $50 Fool Brand. Let's get 500 Fool Brand W's down below. Thank you, man. Fool Brand with a 50 says, Jesus said to follow the law until the heaven and earth passes away. He says he came not to change, but to rather fulfill. Yes, thank you for the $50 Fool Brand. As well as Camp, thank you for the $50, who says Trump could be on a live broadcast doing something unspeakable to a child, and MAGA would stem out say it was the child's fault. That's literally what they're doing with a woman that was executed today. And then Victoria with another 50 Canadian dollars. Holy shit, you guys. Thank you guys so much. Who says, I cannot believe what happened. I haven't been online for a while. When I come back, I can't believe Trump did that. Yeah, Victoria, it was just fucking terrible, guys. Let's get 2,000 Victoria W's for the 150 Canadian dollars, 2,000 Camp W, 500 Camp W's for the 50, and 500 Full Band W's for the 50 as well. And I think we just had two other people to thank here real quick. Over on Venmo, Jonda, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, love you, keep it up. Jonda, you know I love you too. Jonda's like this stream grandma. We love her so much. Let's get 300 Jonda W's. And then Elena, thank you for the $20. Who says, this is the issue. The quote-unquote red lines move every time. Yes, as soon as he does it, it's no longer a red line. Thank you for speaking facts. And for the $20, Alana, show some love to Alana. Then Major with the $10, who says, I stumbled onto your TikTok a week ago. And for the first time in my 26 years, what happened to the rest of their message here? For the first time in my 26 years, I'm no longer apathetic and callous about our politics. Well, thank you for getting involved, Major. I'd also like to thank Melissa for the 2, Carrie for the 25, who says thank you for all that you do to educate others. Well, thank you for the $25. And then Brianna, thank you so much for the $20 as well. 200 Brianna W's, who says, hey, Dean, I live in Minneapolis and the shooting happened 5 minutes away from my house. Many of my coworkers are going home early to be safe. Brianna, please be safe, okay? I'm expecting potential protests and maybe even riots to break out. So please be safe, Brianna. Thank you for the 20. Then over on PayPal, F, thank you for the 50. Oh my God, dude. Thank you so much, F. F with the $50 says, hey, Dean, good to see you. Back in action. Oh, dude, yeah, we are back in action today. We have a whole lot of shit to talk about. Thank you for the $50, my friend. Show some love to F, as well as show some love to Sophie for the 25, who says Trump said the agent was in the hospital after. Lies again. I'm disgusted. Yeah, there's no fucking way he went to the hospital. What a fucking lie. And then one more here. Ross, thank you for the $20, who says, it's my 43rd birthday. Finally got my dad to contemplate buyer's remorse about Donnie. Here's for an anxiety pin. Well, dude, Ross, happy 43rd birthday. Show some love to Ross in that chat for the 20, and make sure to wish him a very happy birthday, as well as Elizabeth and Alexis. Thank you for the 5. Christopher, thank you for the $15. Show some love to Christopher. And then Shannon with the 5. There's a handful of other individuals that I would like to thank because the donations are still rolling in. So thank you guys. But before we do, we're going to go to pass the mic to the guests to tell us what their thoughts are on the public execution that we witnessed today in Minneapolis.
Well, first off, Dean, I've witnessed you do some things that like with whole Charlie Kirk. You wanted to go up there and debate him. You wanted to go up there and you said that you were sorry that what happened to him. But then I watched a clip of you laughing and joking about him being pew-pewed. So that tells me something about you. And then also, I want to ask you a question.
Can I respond to that first statement?
No. I just want to ask you this question.
Okay.
I watched you. Okay. Have you ever worked in federal law enforcement?
Yes, I was an FBI field officer for 35 years.
No, you were not. I have. Okay. And under federal law, you cannot attack any law enforcement officers in any way, shape, or form. Okay? You cannot attack them. That is a federal crime. And these federal law enforcement officers, if you watch the video, there was one of them that walked up to the door and was trying to open up the door of the lady that was there. She had hit multiple cars coming up to where she was at. Okay. And they tried to detain her. She tried to drive off, which is a federal crime when they were detaining her. That is a federal crime. She drove off in towards that officer. The officer had every right to defend themselves. Every right. Now, I will say I feel bad for the family who lost their family member. I will say that. And I am sorry that they lost their family member. But you do not have the right to attack law enforcement. It is a federal crime. And here's the other thing, too. They're not called undocumented immigrants. They're called illegal immigrants under the law. And ICE is Immigration Customs Enforcement. Their job is to enforce the Immigration and Nationalization Act and Title VIII. And if you people don't like ICE, you don't go out there and attack them. Because if you watch the video after the cops were cleaning up all the stuff and leaving, the people that were around there were attacking them, throwing snowballs at them, which is a federal crime, kicking their vehicles, which is a federal crime. You do not have the right nor the authority to do that. Under the Constitution, you have the right to peacefully assemble. You do not have the right to attack law enforcement. That is a federal crime, and they will and have every right to defend themselves. If you're stupid enough to attack law enforcement, they will defend themselves. They have every right. And so what I suggest for people like you and the morons that are giving you money, okay, is instead of giving him money, why don't you go and help the people that are being unalived by illegal immigrants coming into this country? Help their families. I'll give you an example. Your beloved senator
you've been
from
going
Maine.
for 3 minutes.
Okay, hold on. Your beloved senator from Maine, who went down and talked to that idiot down there in Venezuela. Okay, there was a woman in his state of Maine, that is his constituent, that was unalived, that was raped and murdered and beat to death by a illegal immigrant and left in a storm drain, a mother of 5. Did you know that this stinking, worthless piece of crap senator still has not talked to her family and expressed his condolences for him? Instead, he went down to try and help out an illegal immigrant. Okay, and that's the problem. You Democrats never, ever, ever hold your side accountable. All you want to do is bitch and moan about Trump. Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that.
4 minutes.
He's the president of the United States. His job is to enforce the laws of the land. If you don't like that, go change the laws.
Okay, that was a beautiful... Oh, he left. You, sir, are a scaredy cat with no spine. You sat on this live and you said words for 4 minutes, then automatically turned around and left. I know you're still watching because you know that you're wrong. Actually, thank you for leaving because that tells me that you know you're wrong. What's one of the things that he said? That this woman attacked an ICE officer. Well, he knows if I play this video, I show this screenshot of her car going right and the ICE officer being to the left, that he's not going to be able to justify the premise that he suggested. He knows that if I play the video clip of her car rolling away in the opposite direction after she was shot 3 times in the head and murdered, then he knows that he won't have a defense to the premise he suggested. Additionally, you shit on a senator for not meeting with the family of a victim of rape that was then turned around and murdered. But you still support Trump, even though he's a man that raped a woman and called for her to be thrown in jail. You said that the Democrats can't hold their own accountable while actively denying the evidence of your eyes and ears, sitting on this live saying that this woman wasn't murdered when I just played the clip in front of your eyes. We have an epidemic of spineless, callous, ill-willed idiots that are willing to stand by the president regardless of what he does or regardless of who he does it to. And this cult is undeniably in the wrong. They have to deny the evidence of their eyes and ears. So ask yourself, why did he leave as soon as he was done? because of that denial. I would have forced him to open his eyes by playing the clip in front of him. I would have forced him to open his ears by engaging in communication and dialogue with him to tell him exactly and precisely why he's wrong. And by the way, for everyone watching from the bleachers, saying that I kicked him, you are just like him. You want to sit here and deny your eyes and ears too. Why would I kick him, then prove him wrong? Why would I forgo the satisfaction of listening to a 70-year-old white man with no brain that supports Trump lose their mind once I show them an irrefutable video that proves them wrong? And why would I let him go on his soliloquy for 4 minutes before? He's a runner. He's scared. He knows I'm smarter, and he knows that he's in the wrong. So the next time you see him on your For You page, because he frequents these lives, make sure to tell him. You, sir, are a spineless coward. Let's go to move on to the next guest. And by the way, Trump supporters, I hope you know that if you want to come up here on my stream, I'm expecting a dialogue. This is a live stream for debates. But I will thank you when you do run away like that last guest, because you just give all the more reasons to the fence sitters and the apolitical watching this live to leave your cult. You're giving all the more reason. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter up in here. So thank you. Think about it for a minute from the perspective of an apolitical audience member. They see a liberal, an anti-Trumper, sitting on stage requesting dialogue that's free and fair with anyone that will hold it with them. And no one will engage in that dialogue. Then we have one person that thinks they might want to, but then they come up here and steamroll for 4 minutes and leave. There's no defense for Trump. My evidence is this live stream. Out of the 18,000 people watching, there's not one person who could join this live stream and give me a cogent defense of the Trump administration. If you think I'm incorrect, if you'd like to come up here and give it your best shot, hop inside of the guest request and let me know in the comments section. We're only allowing American adults over the age of 18 to join this live stream and have a dialogue. Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. By the way, yo, Kirsten, thank you for the $10. She says, why do these dum-dums act like unaliving this woman was going to magically stop her car from moving? Yeah. Thank you for the $10. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, they left. Full Brand, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Full Brand. Show some love to Full Brand down below who says F-Ice, F Charlie Kirk, and most importantly, F this caller. I appreciate you so much for the $20, dude. Seriously, I genuinely appreciate you so much for the love. We actually have like a handful of donors to thank that started donating the moment that guy was calling y'all like stupid for donating. So I have like a shit ton of people to thank. Let's just try to get that next Trump supporter up here before we do. Hello, Cayman. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I'm actually
How old are
British
you?
and American. I'm 18.
What year were you born
19.
in?
I turned 19. 2006, Christmas Day.
19. Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
And you're British American.
Yes. My mom's American. She was born there, and I live in England. But I'm a citizen in both countries.
Well, I mean, if you live in England, what could you know about Trump to justify your support for him?
So I lived there for a couple of years and then moved back. And honestly, my reasoning for not
What
wanting
state did you live in when you lived in America?
Virginia, sir.
Okay, and so you no longer live there today. What
In
city?
Roanoke, Virginia. I live in England. And
what's
Pardon?
one restaurant in Roanoke, Virginia?
Sir, I've not lived there for a while. I live in England, as I was saying.
But you never like went out to eat?
No, sorry, I only lived there for a while, and I worked at some summer camps there in North Carolina. I don't know if you've heard of Camp Cedar Cliff.
In North Carolina? So you never went out
Yes,
to
sir.
eat?
No, sir, I live in England. I'd
Well,
love to debate you
when you were
on
living in
this-
Virginia, like you just never went out to eat.
Yes, sir, but I can't remember a lot of the places.
How about like
just would
how about like any business? Name any business in Roanoke, Virginia.
Sir, I'd really just like to talk to you about how like this
Okay,
actual.
well you're obviously lying to us. Okay, any business? Come on, you can't name a single business in the whole city. You're absolutely lying. We're going to go to move on to the next guest here. Only up instead of that Q, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, I'd really appreciate it if you guys could please follow our rules. The rules are very important. The rules keep the debates running. And oh my God, Michael, dude, oh my God. Thank you so much for the $300 over on Venmo. Mr. fucking Michael, you are insane, but in like the best way possible. I do not deserve a penny of that. Let's see, 3,000 Michael W's down below in all the live chats for just the insane and fucking nuts amount of love. Thank you, dude. Let's read Michael's $300 donation message. He says, Dean, what happened today and what's been happening has been making me so depressed. My friend was detained by ICE a few weeks ago and I'm scared for his safety a lot. Donald Trump's got to go. Michael, listen, I understand how easy it is to feel down and feel like the evil's winning and that we are being succumbed by the darkness. Because something can happen like what happened today, the execution of an American citizen in broad daylight, and then it will be met with defense by those in power. But as Kamala Harris said, okay, the darker it is outside, the lighter the stars shine. Okay, and particularly the stars that are shining in my mind right now is the fact that we are less than a year away from midterms, and that come midterms, the Democrats are going to dominate. There is no question about it. The Trump administration and the majority Republican of both chambers of Congress are what is enabling this madness, allowing it to occur, allowing it to take place. And this madness was so insidious even 6 months ago that we saw blue waves across Virginia, Rhode Island, Georgia, Tennessee, and even the mayoral race in Miami. The Democrats are going to sweep, and he's going to be on his knees. Only up instead of that Q of your MAGA, please. I'd also like to thank you one last time here for the $20. I'd also like to thank Sarah for the $20 as well. He says, thank you so much for showing the clip. It was terrifying to see. Now I have to decide every day if I should take my kid to school or not. I will never forgive anyone who still defends Trump. Sarah, I appreciate you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, and that clip is terrifying. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box, guys. Only up instead of the queue. If you're MAGA, follow our rules. I'd really appreciate it. Philip's loading up next. As well as Olivia, thank you for the $5.
Hello.
And then Jenny, thank you for the $10 who says, fuck ice. Fuck ice, Jenny. Thank you for the $10. And then Rami, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. The very first 3 words of Rami's message is literally keep it to yourself. You got it. I will keep your message to myself, Rami.
Okay,
Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Rami W's down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up, Philip? What time is it?
Hello. It is 5:04.
Okay, and how old are you? You just left. Moving on to the next guest, we got AJ loaded up in the box. Thank you, seriously, Rami. At $50 is a shit ton of money. And then Ryan, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Evan with the $5 who says, snowflakes hit by some snowballs. Fuck ice. Miz, thank you for the $20 who says, thank you for being so great. Oh, thank you so much, Miz. That is MIZ. Let's get 200 Ms. W's. As well as Brett, thank you for the $10 who says, ICE agents have no jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. They can't stop citizens or pull them over from their car. Thank you for the $10, Brett. Regardless if they had the ability to detain her or not, they didn't have the ability to fucking execute her. Tyler, thank you for the $5. Allison, thank you for the $1 who says her name was Renee. Thank you for sharing that with me. Haley, thank you for the $5. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Yeah. Okay, it's just a child, guys. We're looking for debates. Okay, today is a a time where I want to have debates with Trump supporters. I'm gonna ask all the trolls and all the anti-Trumpers to hop out of the queue at once. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Both of you support Trump. Okay. The guy on the top, Kobe, are you driving?
No. I just have my Bluetooth, my AirPods in. I have like a problem with my the audio on my phone, so I got to use my AirPods.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to go and do a 2v1. Kobe, just do mute yourself when you're not talking because there's a little bit of feedback noise. Before we hop into the debate, there's like 4 more people I want to thank. Then I'll pass the mic off to you two. Sue, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Holy crap, dude. Thank you so much for the love, Sue. Sue with the 50 says, her name was Renee Good. Renee Good. It's a name I don't want you to forget. And keep it in your goddamn mouth. Thank you for the $50, Sue. As well as thank you for the $50, Raphael, who says, hello, I'm a moron giving you money. Appreciate you so much for the love, Raphael and Sue. Let's get 500 Raphael and Sue W's down below in that chat. As well as Alex. Oh my God. Thank you for the $250 on PayPal. Who says you're awesome. Alex sent that over right after that last guest was like, the people that are sending you money are morons. Alex, Dude, thank you so much for the love. And you are definitely not stupid, sir. You are a medical doctor. Alex MD. Okay, that's literally his PayPal name. Thank you so much for the love. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is, like, literally just fucking insane. Guys, show some love to Alex down below in the chat for the 250. And show some love to Michael for the $100 over on PayPal. We're less than 50 minutes into the stream, and you guys are already going crazy. Thank you, Michael and Alex. Show some love to Michael and Alex down below. And then one last person here. Thank you so much, Heather, for the $20. I just read your message. I'm going to keep it to myself. Just keep in mind exactly what I told Michael, okay? When things are rough, when it feels like the evilness is winning, when it's real dark outside, that's when the lights are shining the brightest, and that bright shining light today is midterms. There's something that we, the people, can do about this, and that's something we will do, okay? Midterms has never been more important, and I think that today will exacerbate that fact in the mind of the average American. Thank you for the $20, Heather, the $100, Michael, and the $250, Alex. I'm going to go and pass the mic off to you two. Take it away. Tell me, is Donald Trump defending the bold-faced daylight execution of an American citizen or not?
He is defending what was what Christian stated, someone who was going to use a vehicle to strike an officer, so that was a form of domestic terrorism.
That can't be possibly true. That can't be possibly true. Here is a still frame screenshot from the moment the ICE agent fired his first shot. That vehicle, is it heading towards the officer to strike him? Or is it heading away from the officer to flee?
Dean, I hate to say it, you're not going to like my answers, and you're just going to automatically call me troll. If I'm being honest, it's because he knew that it was a female driver, and if they would have shot tires, she still would have drove off being irrational, emotional.
Oh,
so maybe
yeah,
he had to make...
You are a despicable piece of shit. You are bottom of the barrel. In fact, you are so despicable that I'm not even going to waste my energy on telling you how just despicable you are. And I'm going to kick you from the live. So despicable, it doesn't even warrant a reaction to him at all. He's so despicable... It doesn't even warrant me like responding to what he said. Giving him a moment of my attention is an unforgivable sin. Kobe, go ahead and unmute. So, do you accept? Oh, by the way, keep that in mind, viewers. MAGA is now celebrating the murder of a woman because they're a woman. If you're a woman or a girl watching
can you hear me now?
yeah, I can. If you're a woman or a girl watching this live right now, that should radicalize you. That should radicalize the fuck out of you to hear that. Go ahead, Kobe.
I'd just like to say really quick, yeah.
Do you accept that the president is defending the daylight execution of an American citizen?
So I actually haven't looked into that. I've been at work all day, so I haven't. I'm assuming this happened today.
Yep. Here.
I just joined the stream as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a warning for everyone watching. It's not a video with sound. Just watch this, okay? So here's a still frame image of the moment where the ICE agent fired his first shot. Her car was leaving. Okay. He was to the driver's side. And then here's a video of the trajectory and direction of the car once she was dead. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. I should show it on screen here in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, there we go. Shots were fired. Her car rolled away because it was aiming away from the officers as she was leaving and getting out of the way. I would also like it to be known that there was a doctor on scene who requested to help the woman who was hit. The ICE agents on scene did not let the doctor on scene anywhere near that woman. Then an ambulance showed up 15 minutes later that was blocked from entry by the vehicles of the DHS officers. The Department of Homeland Security has responded by defending that ICE agent. And then Donald Trump has responded by doing the same and then calling the lady who was viciously murdered in broad daylight a radical leftist filled with hatred and violence.
Okay. Real quick, I just would like to say, if you do hear any feedback or anything, can you mute me for myself? Because my phone is terribly messed up before we get into the debate. So I can't even see the bottom half of my screen, including that portion.
Yeah, I'll mute you.
Where it allows me to mute.
I'll mute you if needed.
Okay. So, I mean, if you don't mind, I would like to stay away from that a conversation about what happened with ICE today, because like I said, I know nothing about what happened. I just got off work. I'm on the train back, so I can't really take a look at
I'm not willing.
exactly what's going on there.
I'm not willing to stay away from that conversation. This is
No, well,
one
I'm
of
saying just because
the-
I'm not informed on what happened. Like what
I
happened
just
is
informed
like,
you.
awful.
Listen,
Yeah, I understand.
Don't deny your own eyes, dude. Look at the screen.
I'm not.
Here's a video.
I see. I
Listen,
see what happened.
Inside of that blue sedan is a woman driving away, a U.S. citizen.
I understand that.
And what you're watching
I
are the
understand
ICE
that.
agents firing at her, shooting her 3 times in the head, and killing her.
Okay, I understand that, but so what's the reason why they pulled the gun? Did she have a weapon on her? I don't understand.
The reason why they pulled their firearms is because she started to leave. And then they shot her.
But did
as
she have a
was
weapon
leaving.
on her?
No, no weapon.
Did she have a? Has that been confirmed?
Yes, that's been confirmed. That's been confirmed via the admission of said statement from DHS. That's been confirmed via the admission of said statement by Trump. That's been confirmed by local news. That's
Trump said
a
they did.
confirmed
Oh,
fact.
okay.
Donald Trump's
Okay.
defense of
I
what
mean-
happened is saying that he's surprised that ICE the agent is alive because he said that she struck him with her vehicle, and what we saw there was self-defense.
Is that what happened? I mean,
Here's a screenshot
so-
of the moment the first bullet
Dude,
rang off.
I understand that, but what happened? Like I said, what I'm not in defense of what happened. I would just like to know the full context of what happened. I feel like I in order to respect the whole conversation, I do need to know the full context of what happened. I'm not saying what happened. I'm not condoning with what happened.
Okay.
If anything, I'm denouncing it, no matter what the facts are.
Here's
But
a
I
full,
would like to know.
here's a full context. Huge trigger warning for everyone on TikTok. I'm going to go ahead and mute the audio, but I don't even know if I could say what I'm about to play. There's no like gore or anything because it was just, of course, the firearm being fired into the car. So there's no gore, but still yet I'd like to give a trigger warning. Here's the full context.
Is this just the audio, or are you playing a video? Okay, can you move it up a little bit? My screen is like literally up to your hair. So
Yeah. Okay,
I don't
so
know if you can
the
understand.
vehicle to the right that you see that's parked in the middle of the road. Okay, this one.
Okay,
is-
that's better. I can see it a little
That's Renee's vehicle. Okay.
bit. Okay, yes.
This car that you see over here is being pursued by ICE. Okay.
Okay, yep.
And then the truck that you're going to see come from the left of the screen is ICE. So there's Renee's vehicle. She's parked in the middle of the road. It looks like she's maybe trying to back out of her driveway. Then the vehicle that was being pursued by ICE then went around her. All right. And then here's the ICE truck that pulls up. They stop. They get out of their car. You could actually see Renee waving them on. They then tell her to get out of the car. Okay. They then go up to her door. They try to open the door. At this time, her car starts moving backwards. Okay. As if she's trying to leave.
Okay.
And then she starts to leave. That agent pulls out his firearm and shoots her 3 times in the head. She's murdered and she left.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
is a still
Yeah,
screen image
I mean-
of the moment the first shot went off, which is with him to the side of the vehicle. Okay.
Yeah.
Not in a position where he could potentially be hit by her or her car, firing through the driver's side window, shooting and killing her.
Yeah, I mean, he should 100% be prosecuted for that and be put on trial. I mean, there's no defending that. And if you do, that's just
Yeah.
just sick.
And then here's Donald Trump's. Can I show you Donald Trump's defense?
Yeah, if you can. And like I said, my screen, I can only see literally like above your eyebrows. So
Okay.
I'm even lucky that I'm even in
That's
in
fine.
the in this. Okay, there we go. That's good.
So here's Donald Trump's defense.
Yep, that's good.
So what he said is that the woman who was driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Okay, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. We need to stand by protecting our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of hate and violence. My question to you is the same question that I've been asking multiple of my guests so far on today's stream.
Yeah.
Is a fair red line to hold against a president the fact that if that president were to defend a broad daylight execution of a citizen by labeling them as a member of the political opposition, He champions the party that opposes the quote-unquote radical left, violence-filled, hatred-filled Americans by then labeling her a member of said political opposition and calling it self-defense. Is that a fair line to hold against the president? Them defending a broad daylight execution of an American by saying that that American was part of the political opposition.
No, yeah, he shouldn't. I mean, he shouldn't have defended. I don't know how. Number one, I don't know how his PR team allowed him to put out something like that. If anything, he should have had a more neutral position on what happened and maybe paid his respects to that family as opposed to like actually victimizing her. But at the same time, I mean, I was going to call him and say this. I don't defend Trump as a person, and I feel like his character definitely like feeds into maybe why he posted something like that. I don't defend him his character, but I defend him as a president and some of the things that he's done, like what happened with Venezuela. Like I do agree with.
Is this a red line? What I'm asking you, when is enough enough? Okay, if the president defending the broad daylight execution of an American citizen isn't enough, then what would be enough? Like this is like a national emergency. You realize that, right?
Right. No, I do. And look, I mean, I didn't know this until that's definitely. I don't even think it's something to think about. That's, I mean, yeah, it's not even. I can't even defend that, honestly. I really have nothing to say on that. Apart from, not that I don't say I don't support the president anymore, but I 100% don't support that, and I definitely have now questions. Not that I didn't have questions before, but I have more questions now about his character than ever before. And like I said, he should have definitely paid his respects to that family. I don't know if he did or not, because I couldn't see the full tweet.
Okay, this isn't like a rhetorical or metaphorical question. What I'm about to ask you is a literal question. Okay?
Yeah.
Why isn't this enough to stop supporting him?
Because, like I said, I mean, not that you should ever compare and contrast the two issues or weigh one against the other, but what he did for Venezuela and what he did there, I think, is just a testament to, how well he could, if he's put into position to make some tough decisions, how well he can execute those decisions. I don't know what direct impact he had on, and again, I would like to clarify, I'm not defending what happened with this ICE situation, but I don't know what...
Okay. So if he didn't go into Venezuela, then this would be enough for you to stop supporting him. Is that what you're saying?
Borderline, yes. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
But again, I'm not weighing the two.
So then if I could convince you that him going into Venezuela was a bad thing, you'd no longer support Trump as president.
Yeah, but I don't think you can convince me that.
Okay. Well, one reason why it was a bad thing is because it created a permission structure to allow for American imperialism with the overthrow of legitimate governments. That's one really good reason why it's a bad thing. Less than 48 hours after he went into Venezuela, which, by the way, I stand with the Venezuelan people, celebrating the fact that they no longer have Maduro as their dictator. Okay, by the way, the regime isn't out as a whole. It's not that they no longer have a dictator; they just have a different dictator. But that
the regime isn't out, but it's definitely neutralized.
But that is said, just one moment. But that is said, a really big issue that this has created is the permission structure to allow for the overthrow of legitimate regimes. And less than 48 hours after he went into Venezuela, he turned around and said that he wanted to either annex or invade Greenland. And then when the administration was pushed about if they could completely rule out military intervention, sending troops into Greenland, starting a war, Greenland's a part of NATO, Article 5 could be invoked. What would that mean for this for this world? Okay, he said that we can't rule it out and that they may end up using military intervention. He also said the same thing to Colombia. He said that, he might do the same thing to Colombia that he did to Venezuela to get their president out. Like him or don't like the Colombian president, he was duly elected by the representatives. That is the coup of a democracy. He turned around and said the same thing about Mexico and Iran. And then his Homeland Security Department went on Twitter and said that this whole hemisphere is ours.
Okay. Number one, I don't like how liberals are calling this like the interjection of or removing the Venezuelan president as like an act of war, or at least calling it an active war in a sense.
It is absolutely an active war.
No, they just have troops on ground. There's not like an active war going on.
80
when you
people,
say war,
80 people were killed. Right now they're annexing the country. They're telling the now serving president that if she doesn't bend to the will of Trump, specifically as it would relate to oil, that we're going to bomb them again and kill more people. They're sending American oil companies into the country, safeguarded and protected by the military against the wishes, right, or the vote of the people of Venezuela. And on top of that, now what Donald Trump is saying is that he's going to steal their oil reserves, turn around and sell them,
pretty sure
and then have all the profits. I'm not done. Then have all the
Sorry,
profits
go on.
from the oil reserves, okay, then deposited into an offshore bank account, not managed by our government, but rather solely and specifically managed by Trump. And if the next thing that was to leave your mouth was going to say, well, I think that the Venezuelan people, wanted it. Okay, well, even if they do, let's just assume that hypothetically, okay, that doesn't mean that they voted for it or chose it. You know, everyone was really happy when Apple changed from having the bezels on the top and bottom to the full front face screen. But that doesn't mean that the people voted for the full front face screen.
Okay, can I ask you this?
What do you want to ask?
Can you do you think what happened is overall for the better good?
Overall, no.
I mean, how can you say no? I generally don't understand that. So are you
two
for
main
or
things.
against a dictatorship?
I'll tell you the two
I'm
main reasons.
confused.
I'll tell you the two main reasons why I said no. Okay.
Okay. If you can, I won't tell you how to run your debate, but if you can, could you maybe concise it to one point so I could directly respond to the one point? Okay, sure. Go
because of the historical outcome of regime changes, destabilizing the region and leading to worse conditions. That's not something you should be saying come on to, because it's absolutely true, dude. Okay. Iraqi citizens celebrated when we took out Saddam Hussein, but then over 1 million of them died in a 20-year-old war. And then when we pulled out, it created a power vacuum, which led to the overthrow of the Taliban and other authoritarian regimes in the region. Same thing with Syria. Same thing with Libya. Same thing with Iran and Afghanistan. Okay. This is just simply what happens historically. That's an irrefutable fact. And then the second big reason why I'd say that overall it's a bad thing is because it created the permission structure that is now allowing for Donald Trump to threaten World War III by saying that he wants to invade Greenland, saying that we may do the same thing to Cuba, Iran, Colombia, and Mexico, saying that this whole hemisphere is ours. Those are the two main reasons why I'd say it's a bad thing overall. Go ahead and unmute.
Okay. So first of all, can you repeat that point about World War III? I think that's insane. I mean, I didn't really hear because I swiped out the check and see if I was muted. But that's a pretty.
I'm not saying that it's gonna.
Take.
I'm not gonna say that it's gonna happen. I'm just saying that it could. Okay. That's not crazy. And that's not.
First
crazy.
of all,
it's not crazy.
I understand it's not crazy.
Let me tell you how it's not crazy. Dude,
can I respond? You already said it,
but you said it's crazy. I want to tell you how it's not.
Yes, Greenland's in NATO. Yes, I understand that. We can get to that, but can I just respond to what you said first?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, just for your average viewer and for the fan base that you have, there's over 20K people in here, and I'm sure there's more on YouTube. From what I've heard, you're also on YouTube. To say that this could be one of the first steps to World War III, that's crazy to say. That's a big statement that you're making, by the way.
Now I know you're probably going to go. I could irrefutably justify.
I know you can definitely justify, but as you could have justified any claim for World War III in the past 2.5 years. But that's what just happened with Venezuela. I think it's crazy to say that could lead to World War III.
No,
I mean, could you?
Now you're misconstruing my statement.
I'm not saying it's not.
Now you're misconstruing my statement. Yes, you are. I can point out the misconstruction. Sir, you are misconstruing my statement. The misconstruction is not that I said what happened to Venezuela could lead to World War III. I think that has a lower likelihood of leading to World War III. Okay, but what he's threatening against Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, and most notably Greenland could lead to World War III.
Okay. Well, to be completely honest, the chances of him getting that done in the last 2 years of his reign are very, very slim, right? And I think it's maybe just to set a precedent or to set this notion that I don't agree with it, but his negotiating tactics have got us in better positions. It's just to say either comply or we're gonna do forcible acts. I mean, maybe that's not the right choice of words to use, but we will get what needs to get done for the betterment of both parties, if that makes sense.
So basically what you're saying is that Donald Trump is telling NATO to comply, bend the knee, and just give
Not
a
NATO
part
as a
of
whole,
Denmark.
but-
Well, it is NATO as a
Uh-huh.
whole. It
but
absolutely
like
is
I'm
NATO
saying-
as a whole. So you're
So
saying
how's
that
it
he's
NATO as a
basically
whole?
because Denmark, okay, the Denmark kingdom includes Greenland, okay, and they're part of NATO.
Okay. Okay. Well, so I mean, again, specifically speaking to what happened in Venezuela. Like I said, I mean, before, no matter what happened,
Wait,
whether or not he is going,
I want you to concede now, because you said that I was crazy for saying that that could lead to World War III. Invade,
No,
not ruling military intervention. One moment. John, thank you so much for the DJ. I appreciate you so much for the love, John. Let's show some big love to John down below in the chat. Can we agree that possibly, like, not explicitly ruling out military intervention and saying that we could use military intervention to invade a NATO country could lead to World War III? Because it's not a matter of a question, but it's rather a fact that if Article 5, okay, of the NATO treaty, right, was enacted, all right, that kind of would be a third world war. Now, I'm not saying that it will be enacted. I'm also not saying that we definitely will invade Greenland with a military. But all that I'm saying is that everything is pointing towards a potential military invasion of Greenland. The Trump administration won't rule it out. Okay. And then that could lead to the enaction of Article 5 of the NATO treaty, which would be World War III. Therefore, in all, this action could lead to World War III. I'm not saying it will. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying it could. Can you concede that's not a crazy statement? And if you don't concede, I want a very specific counter argument against, insofar as why. I'll mute your mic.
Okay. I just wanted you to elaborate more on that claim if you were to make that claim. I think the statement you made was like a one sentence, two sentences claim. And when you say World War III, that's a very key word that people that may not be actively listening hear that and automatically think, oh my gosh, Trump might be enacting on or making steps towards the next World War III. So, of course, you did explain it a little bit more, which is what I was maybe pointing you to at least do with all these viewers listening, at least provide context to why you may think that would happen.
But do you accept that that could lead to World War III?
It could. It definitely could. If everything were to follow, as you said, which as you mentioned, and as I also agree with, we don't know if he's actively going to invade Greenland. We don't know. We can't see the foreseeable future. But if those things were to happen incrementally, then yes, of course, we can then have a conversation about he could be potentially,
Question.
provoking World War III. Yes,
question. Can we agree that it is absolutely and undeniably a bad thing to be entertaining an action that reaps no benefit that could start the Third World War?
Well, what would so that term benefit is pretty like subjective. So like, what do you mean? Like, I don't think he would do anything that wouldn't benefit this country. What do you mean by that? I don't understand.
I'm saying that if we were to invade Greenland with the military, that wouldn't reap
With
any
no
real benefit
benefit?
for our national security.
What do you mean by that? What is no real benefit? What do you mean? Like someone
You don't
could
know
say
what benefit means?
I know what benefit means,
If you don't,
Dean, but
if you don't know what benefit means, leave the live and go to a third grade English class. You're lost. In fact, we've lost like 3,000 viewers since you started talking because this is just insane, right? You're offering no real cogent counter arguments. You're just yapping.
Dean, I'm trying to be respectful. Like I said, it depends how you define so
Okay,
people could say that
I'm just going to rephrase it. I'm just going to
insurrection-
rephrase it.
Oh my days.
I'm just going to. Can we agree that it's a bad thing for Donald Trump to be entertaining the thought of invading Greenland with a military? Yes or no? This guy, holy crap, this motherfucker. I'm gonna let you finish this time. We just need to really nail down the question. Unmute your mic. Click on your profile picture. Click on the icon of the microphone. He doesn't know how to unmute. He told me to mute him when he had background noise, but he doesn't know how to unmute. Dude, click on your profile picture in the bottom right-hand corner of the phone screen and click on the icon of the microphone. Unreal. He can't figure it out. It's 2 buttons. There we go. I just sent you an invite.
Dean, I said my phone is messed up. I can't see that half of my phone. I explained that. I literally, I'm like pressing buttons on muscle memory. I'm even lucky I got into this live stream. Like the bottom half of my phone is completely black.
Okay, can you answer the question, please?
I mentioned that.
I want an answer.
I did answer the question. I said no. And then I went on to say that he could just be doing that just to fearmonger them and to put them into a position where they have to comply with his demands.
What was the question?
That's what I said. You asked if the acts that he is with Greenland, should we entertain them, basically.
No, so the question was, can we agree that it's a bad thing to be threatening a military invasion of Greenland?
Right, the acts of whatever he's demanding from Greenland.
Okay, so then here's my question.
I said no.
So then here's my question. How can you still defend Trump as president, even though he's defending the daylight execution of American citizens?
So now we're going back to...
And you're interrupting me. And threatening an invasion of one of our allies that could possibly start World War III if done.
You see, that's a crazy statement to make. You're just I would like to...
No, I'm kicking him out of the live. And the reason I'm kicking him out of the live is because he already made the claim that that was a crazy statement to make. And then I already described to him how it wasn't a crazy statement to make. And then he already conceded that I was right. Moving on to the next guess. If you're going to argue a point, get proven wrong, admit that you were wrong, then gain short-term memory loss, and then repeat the point that you argued that was proven wrong with a verbal concession, you will not remain on my live, and I will automatically kick you for my for my cortisol levels. Hello, do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say something really quick.
I'm sorry, but we are just looking for Trump supporters. I do hope you have a good rest of your day, though. Only up instead of the queue of Yappa to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, y'all. We're just looking for debates, and I really hope that you guys will be able to follow our rules. The 3 rules are very simple. You just have to be an American, you have to be an adult, and you have to be a Trump supporter. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
2005.
2005? Do you have a driver's license?
I'm
not gonna ask to see it. Okay, you do. So if you're driving on the road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line, and you're driving on the side of the solid yellow line, what does that mean for you? And then what does that mean for the drivers going the other direction?
Wait, yo, what?
If you're driving on a 2-lane road, 1 lane's going north, 1 lane's going south, and on your side of the road there's a solid yellow line, and on their side of the road there's a dotted yellow line. Okay, what does that mean for you? And then what does that mean for the drivers on the other side of the road going the opposite direction?
You're turning.
Okay, definitely not 20. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live. We got Funny Grandpa connecting. Hey, Kat, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube. Let's get 200 Cat W's, who says basically all citizens of allied countries hate Trump and despise the U.S. after his insults, tariffs, and threats against their countries, including most of Europe and Canada, national security without committed alliances. Yes, I would argue that NATO is more important for our national security than Greenland, right? I feel like that's a fair point. We got reverb edits loaded up into the live, guys. What's up, do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say that I love.
Oh, I appreciate you, but you're definitely banned. Yo, Comb, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says you got me into politics in general. I'm very, very grateful for you and your knowledge because I used to be super MAGA. Glad you woke me up. First time donating to anyone. F Ice, dude. Show some fucking love to Comb. Honestly, dude, I'm so proud of you for changing your mind. You shouldn't be the one sending me $20. I should be the one sending you $20. Good shit, dude. As well as DK, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who said, did he say goddamn rain? Yeah, that last guest slipped up. He said Trump's reign. I didn't call it out because I just rather wanted to focus on the substance. But, that was crazy. I'd also like to thank Margaret for the $25 on Venmo. Let's go. Thank you, Margaret, who says, thank you from Margaret. Well, thank you, Margaret. It's good to see you again. You're always dropping by and showing some love. We love ya. Ashley, thank you for the $15, who says, grateful for you, fuck Ice. Fuck Ice. And I'm grateful for you too. Thank you for being here. I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for the $15. And then Tasting Lily, appreciate you both for the 5. Kelly, thank you for the $5. Abby, thank you for the 1. Jessica, thank you for the 5. Amy, thank you for the $15, who says, what the guest said about her being a woman and that she may turn irrational made me cry. So now women can be unalived because they may be irrational. We're not safe here. Yeah, we just automatically kicked him off. I didn't address it then. I'm not going to address it now because I don't think that I should give that or him any of my attention just because of how truly insidious it is. Hello, that funny grandpa. Do you support Trump?
You're so cute, Daddy. I love you.
Guys, follow our rules. We got Juan loading up in the box. I'd also like to thank Nancy. Thank you so much, Nancy, for the $20 on Venmo, as well as Erica. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Nancy with the 20 says, so grateful for your intellect. Well, I'm very grateful for you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the $20. I'd also like to thank Erica with the 20, who says, after Trump won, I began the process of getting my dual citizenship in the EU. Now, after watching your lives every day for the last month, my faith is returning that the good will overturn the evil. I do think that we will see, okay, a return of the good. I think that we will see a return of the path for the greater flourishment of more people. And I think that we could likely see that come midterms, guys. Midterms is going to be very important this year. Thank you, Erica and Nancy, both for the 20. Let's get 200 Erica and Nancy W's down below in that chat. And they are gone, guys. The Trump supporters are not here to debate me. There is close to 20,000 people watching on TikTok. Not one Trump supporter that wants to come up here. A sad day for MAGA. They can't debate because they know they're wrong. I'd also like to thank so much Chelsea. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Chelsea, you're mad. That is so kind of you. Mad in a good way, by the way. And then thank you so much for your input there about that Old Testament verse in immigrants. You are awesome, Chelsea. I love you. Thank you so much for your support. That is insane. I don't deserve a penny. $50 certainly goes a very long way for me. I live in a very small town with low prices. So thank you so much, Chelsea. Show some love to Chelsea in those live chats once again. Hello, Elijah. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. It's good to talk with you again.
We've already spoken. How long ago? Hey, Ellie. Thank you for the
It
galaxies.
was back in summer, actually.
Okay, so it's been a while. That's fine. I'll talk to you again. Let me thank 2 more people, then I'll pass you that mic. Jory and Craig. Thank you both for the $25 on Venmo. Jory says, appreciate what you're doing, dude. Fuck ICE. Also, fuck Trump. Couldn't agree more, my friend. Thank you for the $25. Craig with the $25, who says, this is on behalf of my friend Ashley and her dogs, Countless and Lucky, who watch you every day. Thank you for all that you do. We all love you. Well, I love you guys too. Thank you guys both for the $20. Craig, shout out to you, and shout out to your friend. You guys are awesome. All right, dude. So let's just see. Do you accept that the president is defending a bold-faced execution of an American citizen in broad daylight?
Yeah, I'll meet you in the middle. I'll say yes. Yeah, I think the enforcement officer could have shot somewhere else or anywhere else besides where he did shoot.
I don't think he had a right to shoot at all because he was in imminent threat or danger of bodily harm.
I heard that the same officer was dragged by a vehicle back in June, and vehicular slaughter is a usual thing with ICE agents.
Look at this photo.
By protesters.
Look, just look at this photo. Let me go and pull it up here, because I'm going to show this to every Trump supporter today. Look at this photo. This is a screen grab from the video when his first shot rang off. Is that officer an imminent threat of danger or bodily harm caused by that vehicle, or is that vehicle going in the opposite direction of the officer?
It's going in the opposite direction.
Thank you.
No, I know, and I can tell. Yeah. So I'm saying yes. Trump was wrong to get up there and defend that. Yeah. But there have been situations in the past where I've heard that ICE is being underneath the threat from protesters and vehicles.
Law enforcement officers, time to time, will be under the threat of imminent bodily harm, and they will be justified in killing someone out of self-defense. Every so often, that happens. Okay? It does. That doesn't give the right to those officers to then turn around and kill people for fun.
It doesn't.
And that would be my argument.
Okay. Yeah, that's settled. I don't like what's going on there.
So, same question I've asked to every single person that's been on this stream so far today. I'm waiting to hear an answer. Why is that not a red line?
Why is that not a red line for me that Trump defended that?
Yeah.
I mean, what other candidates do we have? Hey, we got JD Vance. We have high hopes for him.
So the question, what other candidates do we have, is not a good one to ask. Because the purpose of this live isn't to convince you to support somebody else over Trump. The purpose of this live is just to convince you to stop supporting Trump. So other candidates are not relevant at all to this conversation. So please answer the question, why is that not a red line?
I don't think I've ever been brought down to this certain like gray area, or like I guess this question.
I'm happy I can make you think. That's why I do what I do. I do what I do to make you think. While you're thinking on an answer to that question, I'll thank a couple people here. Hey, Melissa, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal, who says since Donald Trump has been president since day one, he's been going by the Germany playbook. World War II started when they kept invading smaller countries, taking them over, and bearing onto another country. Then finally, Great Britain declared war. I'd say that he's been pulling since that playbook since 2021 with a big lie propaganda he disseminated about the last election. Thank you for the $50, my friend. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's get 500 Melissa W's. And let's also get 100 Caitlin W's. Thank you for the $10, who says it's my birthday today, and I've looked forward to your life all day. Love what you do. Dude, happy birthday, Caitlin! Show some love to Caitlin down below in that chat for her birthday. Everybody, make sure to say happy birthday. As well as Anonymous, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Anon W's in that chat, who says, do I read my name out? I live somewhere super tiny and like super conservative. Can I pick your brain on your opinion of castle doctrine laws? Yeah, I'll look them up just to refresh the specifics, and I'll give you my thoughts. Thank you for the $20, Anonymous. Also, Catherine, thank you for the $5. Raylan, thank you for the 2. And then Evelyn, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Yo, let's get 1,000 Evelyn W's, who says, thank you for standing up and so calmly and articulately to blind MAGA. We need you. Evelyn, thank you so much for your kindness. I don't deserve a penny. $100 is a shit ton of money. I'm always just like so fucking surprised with the level of love that some of y'all share. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Bo and Russell. Thank you both for the $20 over on PayPal. That's Bo spelled B-A-O. Bo didn't leave a message, only a love. Thank you, my friend. And then Russell with the $20 says, MAGA, deny the evidence you see and you could justify anything. Let's see if this guest is going to do that. I actually feel like we might be able to change your mind here. Thank you for the $20, Russell. And then, of course, Caitlin, thank you for the 5. Clara with a 1. Tatiana with a 5. Kirsten with a 3. And then Kathy, thank you for the $10 saying that you rock. All right, man, we're all caught up on donors. Seriously, you guys, thank you so much. Show some love to all of our donors down below. What is your response? Why is that not a red line?
Ultimately, I think Trump means well. Obviously, this was a terrible situation, but I think he means well with our economy, and then having people removed who are not in the country legally. I don't think that sending them off to camps would be good, but anywho.
You're fucking kidding me. You just said that Donald Trump means well with the economy. If Donald Trump meant well with the economy, he wouldn't have passed the most expensive bill ever sent through Congress in American history that, according to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, takes from the poor and gives to the rich, while also kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid, 3 million low-income Americans off of food stamps, and allowing for the expiration of an ACA subsidy that has caused an increase on the Medicaid and healthcare premiums for 45 million Americans. You also said that Donald Trump means well through his mass deportation. If he meant well through his mass deportation, then this means the instances of him infringing on the human rights of undocumented immigrants would have been accidental, unintentional. So then why didn't he rectify them? When he infringed on the constitutional rights of Abrigo Garcia and illegally deported him to Sikot where he was beaten, his response wasn't, oh, my bad, I feel terrible because I mean well. His response was, oh, he's never coming home. Same thing with the undocumented immigrants from Venezuela that he deported with no due process. If he meant well, after a federal judge ruled he had to turn them around because they had no due process, he violated their constitutional rights, Donald Trump would have said, oh, my bad, I mean well, I want them to have access to the constitutional rights guaranteed to them by the law of the land. Let's turn those planes around. Not what he did instead, which was, no, those planes are not going to be turned around. I don't care if you charge me with contempt. And then one last point here. If he meant well, he wouldn't disseminate obvious misinformation about them. He says that they're violent. He says that they're gang members. He says that they are going to eat your pets and dogs, rape your wife, kidnap your children, and they're all escapees from mental institutions and prisons. That's not true at all. they're 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime on American soil compared to citizens. That is just baseless rhetoric to demonize undocumented immigrants, to build resentment amongst his own base via the identification of an enemy for a unifying cause, which, by the way, is also the fourth tenet of fascism.
Okay, that's that's a fair point.
I'm happy you see it that way. Because you're right. It's a very fair point.
Now what's your stance on us being able to get hands on Venezuela's oil? Because that's going to put America's economy in a crazy standpoint.
It's not going into America's economy. It's going into private offshore bank accounts solely managed by Trump.
You don't think it's going to affect our economy at all?
Well, let's assume Donald Trump, the convicted con man that can't open a charity in the state of New York because he defrauded the last one he owned, were to take that money out of the private offshore bank account solely managed by himself, not the government, to then turn around and give it to Americans. I'm sure that we would experience an economic benefit very similarly to how we might experience an economic benefit if we were to steal all the gold from the rest of the world, right? But ultimately, that's still a bad thing because we stole it, right?
20 years ago, didn't we own a piece of that pie?
It was 20 years ago. Do we own a piece of their oil? No.
During Bush,
we went in
Bush's,
there. American oil companies went into Venezuela, built infrastructure, and had the rights to the oil they were getting. But then Venezuela nationalized oil production and gave payouts to various oil companies as compensation for their infrastructure and loss of investment, like Exxon, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they did own all that oil, that'd be the oil companies, not Trump. So Donald Trump would just be stealing it from the people who stole it from someone else. Now, are you going to sit here and tell me it'd be a good thing to give American oil companies unilateral and full dictatorial control over Venezuela's oil?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Corporatocracy? Yeah, I'm not a fan of corporatocracy either.
Okay. I might be willing to take this Trump on a tank flag down.
You should. He's terrible. Can I just drill the nail in the coffin? Because it sounds like I'm working needed magic here. Can I put the nail in a coffin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you let your daughter anywhere near someone that's boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and girls?
No.
And if they boasted about that to your fucking face, I don't know if I could say this on TikTok, but would you punch them in the face? Because that's what I'd do.
Punch.
Spell it.
I don't know where you're going with this.
Punch. I don't know if I could say it because of TikTok TOS. If I had a guy walk up to me and he was like, "Hey, Dean, dude, tell you the funniest thing. I'll sexually exploit women and girls." He'd get punched.
Yeah, that's crazy. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So if Donald Trump did that, that'd be like the final nail in the coffin for you, right? You'd hop off that Trump tank, right?
I would.
Dude, here's a clip of him doing exactly that. 2005, he went on Howard Stern's radio show and just straight up said that the funniest thing he'd do is to sexually exploit women and girls by unconsensually barging into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies. Nail in the coffin.
All right, that's 2005. That was an entertainment.
I don't think that sexual exploitation has a expiration date on it, and it wasn't entertainment because it's true. Howard Stern had him clarify
15
on
years
that.
15 years out of the gate, there is going to be some sort of expiration on that.
No, absolutely not. Regardless if he owned up to it and apologized, I'm not going to care because I see people like that as threats to society. But I mean, what really may be important to you here is that in the last 15 years, he hasn't owned up to it and apologized. He just still doesn't care. He thinks it's funny.
I'm judging Trump on what he's doing currently. I'm not judging him on what he's done in the past.
Why not?
Because
come on, I feel like that's just I feel like that's a very unfair precedent that MAGA has manipulated you into believing. Okay, you don't have to think that it's okay to rape women as long as it was 20 years ago.
As a president, he is doing things, and then as whatever he was in 2005, he was doing other things. I believe he was
But
doing
who he is as a
entertainment.
person is so important for who he is as a president because the position of the presidency is a role of public service, and in order to be good at public service, you have to care about other people. But obviously, a man who would rape and sexually exploit women is apathetic to the needs, desires, or wants of other people, and that's why Donald Trump can't necessarily fulfill this role of serving to the betterment of the public interest. I'll give you an example. Maybe if he wasn't apathetic, that's proven because he's an adjudicated rapist, boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls. He wouldn't just, condemn a victim of a murderer, of murder, and call them crazy, all because it serves to the best political interests of him and his party.
It's hard to believe, though, because some people who want to accuse him of that may just be going for his money.
Well, keep in mind, the clip I like to play you isn't a clip of somebody accusing Donald Trump of sexual exploitation. It's a clip of him admitting to sexual exploitation. So you're saying that Trump is accusing Trump to get money from Trump?
That's a funny loophole. No, I think actual people are accusing Trump to get money from Trump.
Listen to Trump.
The owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Is that the big gotcha?
It's not a gotcha. It's just it's a wake-up call.
That's more of locker room talk.
What's locker room talk? Tell me what's
I was
locker
expecting
room
something. I was expecting something directly worse.
What's locker room talk?
You know what locker room talk is.
I don't think I do because I don't know what you mean when you call that locker room talk. What's locker room talk?
Trump has specified this before. Locker room talk is between a few guys and there's no women around, and so they're able to joke in such a way. However, the words that were said there.
There was literally
again.
Point number one, there was literally a woman in the room with him. Point number two, I think that you're really telling on yourself here. Because if you're saying that typically when you're with your guy friends, you'll tell them about how you unconsensually looked at a girl's boobs. Okay, big red flag. And then point number three here, I don't know where you got joke from. At the beginning of the clip, he explicitly clarifies it's something he's done. And not to mention that's also something that we know since his admission of a guilt has been corroborated.
But you
by
have
victim
to remember
testimony.
here, this is 2005.
Yes,
this was 2005.
What about it? I was 2005
Things
humor.
were very different.
I have a question.
15 years ago.
I have a question.
Okay.
Are you calling it humor because you're saying what he said isn't something he actually did? Or are you calling it humor
I'm
because
not saying
you found
it's
what he
actually
admitted
humor.
to be funny?
So
are you saying that 15 years ago it was funny for men to sexually exploit women? 15 years ago, the best bit in the comedy club was to rip off a woman's shirt in the audience? Is that what you're saying? I'm just confused. I want to make sure we're super clear here.
I don't know what your taste in comedy is, but there's a lot of comedians that'll get on a stage right now. Very few of them, but they'll make jokes like that, and they're sick. I'll be honest.
Why do you think it's a joke?
I didn't suggest that it was a joke.
Yes, you are. You're actively suggesting that what he said was a joke. No,
he meant it as a joke. I don't find it funny.
It's a joke. Why do you think he meant it as a joke?
2005 humor. It was probably
wait. So you're saying any man who admitted to sexual violence in 2005 was just kidding?
I want to more implement that that it was a joke because the two people who were with him in that audio clip laughed.
So if other people laughing in response to the admission of guilt of a crime meant that it wasn't a true admission of guilt, but rather a funny joke, then prisons would be empty and comedy clubs would be full.
Oh. We can't always negotiate on something like that because there's a difference between being caught or committing an immoral sexual act apart from using dark humor that other people may find humorous.
You're only assuming that it was quote unquote dark humor and that it was all a joke because that's what's most advantageous to your political worldview. What if I could prove to you that it wasn't?
Okay.
Howard Stern had him explicitly clarify that he was not joking.
Howard Lee Stern. Okay, I remember that guy.
I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go back.
So Howard Stern's like, so you've done that. And then Donald Trump's like, yeah, I'll tell you the funniest thing that I do. Were they joking about that too? Is that your next claim?
Wild. No, they probably weren't joking about that one.
Yeah. And the most compelling argument that he wasn't joking when he said this is because he actually owned those pageants. We actually have the corroborating victim testimony from multiple pageant contestants in multiple different pageants in multiple different years saying that he just walked into their dressing rooms while they were naked. Mariah Delgado was 16 when she competed in the 1997 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant. And she said that Donald Trump would walk into the dressing area where her and the other girls were while they were naked. They'd freak out, and then he'd say, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Same thing for Miss Vermont at a different beauty pageant in that same year, Miss USA instead of Teen USA. Then Miss Arizona in 2001 on top of many others.
All right. Well, I mean, are we going to sit here with our hands in our pants? We have a president, and, we got to support someone. If not Trump, then who? And I asked you this question 6 months ago.
We're not going to sit here. We're not going to sit here with our hands in pants. I kind of feel like that's what Trump supporters do. You fucking, you get off to this shit. I mean, it's just terrible. You told me that you were considering leaving, the Trump cult because I had been able to describe to you all the bad ways that Donald Trump is hurting real people through his policy, economically, through his immigration policy, foreign affairs, and then, of course, what happened today. And then you were like, Dean, I think I might, leave this Trump train. And I was like, well, let me put the nail in the coffin by proving to you that he's a POS. And then, honestly, after proving to you that he's a POS, you seem less likely to hop off the Trump train than you did before I proved to you that you'd sexually exploited women and girls.
That's not true. I am willing to jump off the Trump train. I'm willing to stop supporting him. Let's impeach him together, but we got to put someone on that podium.
You know the first way that we impeach Trump? The first thing we have to do, could I tell you?
Okay.
It's to vote for Democrats in the midterms. So are you going to vote for a Democrat in the midterms?
Who should I vote for?
Whatever Democrat is running in your local district.
Oh, like state?
Yeah, this is for the House and the Senate.
Okay, I see. Understood.
That's the first step to impeach Trump. So if you're saying that we need to impeach him together, then give me your word that you're going to be voting for a Democrat in the midterms.
And that would be not voting for like a state senate, but for someone within the House of Representatives.
Yeah, like for your Congress representative in the House. Yes, congressional representative in the House for your state's district, whatever district inside of your state.
Oh, okay.
So are you going to vote for a Democrat?
That's a choice to make right there, Dean.
Well, it's a much easier choice than choosing to support the tyrant.
Well, if we impeach Trump, then I won't be able to see the hopes that J.D. Vance gives me.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't really see J.D. Vance as too much of a hopeful candidate, but we got to do something, right?
I mean, as long as Trump doesn't, go for a third term, which is nearly impossible.
Well, you said he might. But I think that we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. Do you still support Trump as president or not? Is he doing good at his job or is he doing bad at his job?
I think the news really twists it in a way that makes it seem that he's doing a good job. I think he is. I think when it comes to foreign nations, Trump makes America look good, and I just can't look past that fact.
Yeah, that's bullshit. He's on the brink of destroying the globe's most important alliance. How's that for foreign relations?
What, NATO?
Yeah.
Hmm.
He's literally considering the military invasion of a country in NATO. Dude, Europe hates Trump. They despise him.
Which
NATO hates Trump. They despise him. Greenland, it's a part of Denmark.
Oh, right. I didn't know that. That's a little funny.
So, do you have a response, or is this the end of the conversation? Because it really sounds like the end of the conversation to me.
It's the end of the conversation.
Okay. It sounds like you let other people think for you. I'm going to ask you to please start thinking for yourself. Thank you for the dialogue. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in the box, y'all. Only join inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump, y'all. We're sincerely and only looking for some debate, so please only join if you are an American adult that supports Trump, that is ready and willing to join my live stream to have a conversation about why. Hello, Andrea, do you support Trump? Andrea, you have 5 seconds before you are banned. And Andrea is banned. Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of that queue if you're a Trump supporter. We got Ben loading up into the box alongside HP looking for that next guest of the evening. In the meantime, folks, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. And by the way, if you want to support me and what we do here, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go straight to me, and I appreciate y'all so much for the love. You could even attach a message, and I could read it out loud. Ben, hello. Do you support Trump? Oh, Ben's not here.
You guys so cute! I love
It's just that guy again. Brad, hi. You've been chirping from the comment section for quite some time. It looks like it's your moment to shine, huh?
What's up, man? Yep.
So you're a big Trump guy?
I'm a Trump voter. I don't know if I'm a big Trump guy, but I voted for Trump.
Knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to last November, would you vote for him again?
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. Yeah, well, your bio says debate facts, not feelings. You definitely
can't
win
do.
that
Yeah,
argument
I debate,
on the facts.
Yeah, I debate if trans women are women, typically. So we can, if you want to get in that conversation, more than happy to do so, but we can stick to Trump if you'd like.
The point of this live is to talk about why you support the worst president of your life that's defending the murder of an American citizen. Now, on top of many other things too, before we get into it, let me thank a handful of people here. T, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. T, that is incredibly kind of you. Yes, here we go, Brad. Thank you so much for the love. T with a $50 says, I recently had to say goodbye to my grandfather. The bombing happened so soon after it was more soul crushing. You are one of many lights of hope that keep me from giving into a doom-centered mindset. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you so very much for sharing that with me, T. I think that it is awesome that the streams can give you some hope and some light of hope. And I'm really sorry that you recently had to say goodbye to your grandpa. I couldn't imagine if I was in that position. I love my grandparents so damn much. Thank you for the $50.
Yeah, same.
Please show some love to T down below in that comment section, as well as Chal, C-H-A-L. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says, why do these asshats insist on defending Trump? I'll never understand it. Dean, keep up the great work. Thank you for the love, Chal. It's because they've just been indoctrinated in Tuchel. That's the best thing I could think of. As well as Kara, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, did you see the U.S. developing the political will to reform laws and systems so that the Constitution is meaningfully enforced? And to prevent future executive overreach so that this never happens again. Who's that coming from? Like Democrats in Congress, Kara? Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Kara. And oh my God, Annabeth, thank you so much for the $300 donation on PayPal. Annabeth, you are a goddamn legend. Thank you. That is absolutely nuts. I want to see 3,000 Annabeth W's down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are absolutely unreal. That is so much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. Annabeth, with the $300, holy God, says, fuck ICE. I also want to say to any grape survivors in the chat, it wasn't your fault. As a survivor myself, it took me a while to stop putting the blame on myself. The blame falls on the perpetuators, not you. And to Dean, thank you for standing with the survivors. Fuck Trump. Well, I also just want to say, fuck rape culture and whatever system is true of society that has normalized people like the last guest just writing it off as locker room talk when a man admits to sexual exploitation. Thank you for the $300, Annabeth. You're a goddamn gem. Show some love to Annabeth down below. Also, show some love to Jessica for the 5, Amber with the 2, Brad with the 5, Yang, thank you for the $20. He says,
bro.
"Hey Dean,
You're welcome.
I'm Yang, but I love your life so much." Oh, thank you, Yang. You're awesome. Let's get 200 Yang W's and 250 Lori W's for the $25. Who says, "Why is MAGA more upset than Ashley Babbitt being shot and killed by Capitol Police than what happened today? Because it serves in their political interests." Duh. Thank you for the $25, Lori. Show some love to Lori. Sebastian, thank you for the $10, who says, "Debating people on abortion at school, wish me luck." Good luck, Sebastian. You're going to kill it. Jenny with 5, Chloe with 5, Mackenzie with 5, Elizabeth with the 10, who says, "You're amazing." Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And dude, what the fuck? Allison with a $150 says, "My heart has been beating heavily since Donald Trump took office."
I have like 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll cut it off after this one, I swear. You bring intelligence, truth, and integrity. Keep it up. Allison, oh my God. Thank you for the $150. I don't even know what's going on today. Y'all have been going, excuse me, crazy with the donations since the moment we started. Like, I'm truly, like, forever grateful for y'all. Genuinely and sincerely. Thank you, Allison, and to all of the other donors. Show some love to Allison down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Let's get 2,000 Allison W's. And the Gabrielle, thank you for the 5. Christabel, thank you for the $10. Who says, "Do you foresee another government shutdown?"
I thought you cut it off after the last one.
Oh,
bro.
sorry,
What
just 3
happened?
more. I don't foresee one in the near future. Christabel, thank you for the $10. And then Timothy, thank you for the $10. And Alex with the $10. Show some love to Timothy and Alex. Thank you both. There's also a lot of people on Venmo, but I'll hold off for now.
Gotta work on the counting, dude. Yeah. Because we said 3, right? That's
Oh,
more than 3.
but come on. Yeah, it's just like, for instance, listen to me, man. Rose did a donation for $10 in Venmo, saying that they all believe Trump when he claimed Kamala Harris would send us into World War III, but don't believe it when it's actually when he's actually steering us closer to there. Like, how could you shit on me for not thanking Rose? Like, that was so kind of her, right?
Dude, it's good stuff for sure.
Or like at least with a $10 on Venmo.
Respect the Rose.
You know, thank you so much, Rose and Elise. Or Patsy with a $30 who says, "Love you, Dean. Keep voicing and educating." Patsy, thank you so much for the love. Deadass, couldn't forget about her. Show some love to Patsy down below. And show some love to Patrick for the $25 who says, "Thanks for Minneapolis. Tough day here. Maybe this will brighten your day." Patrick, stay safe, please. Thank you for the $25. An incredibly tough day, not just for Minneapolis, but for the country as a whole. Thank you for the $25. Or Mila with a $10 who says, "I live in Minneapolis and we're protesting this weekend."
Bro,
we should all
are we
fucking
gonna
protest
talk,
this weekend.
or
Oh, I know.
do you wanna
We're so close. We're so close. Sean, thank you for the $40 over on Venmo. Let's get 400 Sean W's in that chat. Oh my God. Who says, "Thank you. Do not let anyone run away from this. This is my state, my city. I'm shaking mad. This could be my wife or I turning down the street to get groceries. Press them and make them cry harder than I am. Fuck ice." Sean, I'm really sorry that this happened in your local community, man. Please, to you and your wife, stay safe, and thank you for the $40. And then Avery, thank you for the $10. Kellen, thank you for the 5. Rowan with a 1. Jordan with a $20, who says, "For the education of these insufferable, hypocritical, treasonous buffoons." Thank you for the love, Jordan. Kaylin with a $15, who says, "Justice for Renee and fuck ice." Thank you for the $15, Kayleen, Kayleen. Then, of course, Madison, thank you for the $10, who says, "You give me a little bit more faith in men." And Mary with a $50, who says, "Dean, I'm already so impressed with your understanding of the Venezuela situation already. You rock, Mary. You rock." If you're watching her now, thank you for the love. $50 is a shit ton of money. Let's get 500 Mary W's. And then, of course, Jonda, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Oh my God. Dude, Jonda with a $100 says that you are on fire. I just love it, dude. I just love you, Jonda. We love Jonda. As I said earlier, she's the stream's official grandma. And we all love you to bits and pieces. Oh my God, show some love to Jonda for the $100. Thank you so much for your kindness and love. And Brad, guess what?
What's up?
We're caught up. Thank you, you guys.
Sure?
Yes, show some love to all the donors down below. Seriously. Fucking seriously. Brad, why do you support the worst president of your life that's just defending murder now?
Well, before we jump into that, guys, I would have said probably donate to the woman that the woman's family that lost her life today
So
would
this
be
is
a better use of your money.
this is kind of
but
like the I like pancakes, oh therefore you hate waffles. So just because somebody chooses to donate
Not
to
a good
news doesn't
analogy.
mean that they're not
Bad
choosing to
analogy.
donate to other things as well. But actually, speaking of donations,
Sure.
we weren't done.
Analogy.
M and Michael, thank you both for the $100 over on PayPal. Thank you both so very much. M with $100 says, Dean, huge Latina fan. Check out Overstays on Immigration from Pew Research. 45% of undocumented immigrants came through legal ports of entry. The border flooding myth from Trumpers is misinformation. M, you are a gem. Thank you so much for that research study. And thank you for the $100. Michael with $100 says, today was a rough day. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much, Michael. And then Shannon, thank you for the $80 over on PayPal, who says, just to keep Brad from talking. Oh my God. Dude, show some love to M, show some love to Michael, show some love to Shannon. You guys are just like, I'm about to fucking cry. Y'all are just going so crazy. Oh my dude, like what is going on? Like, y'all hear this, okay? I promise, I'm not like normalized or used to this. I still just like go just as crazy as I did the very first day I'm streaming. I started streaming, so just know that I'm genuinely so appreciative of y'all. Show some love to all of our donors. Brad, the mic and the floor is yours.
Hey, Dean, question for you. Why does your chat think that it's like, I guess, appropriate or cool to use being gay as a insult? I thought like the tolerant left was supposed to be tolerant.
Did someone
I've
in the
seen
chat
a lot
call
of,
you gay?
Yeah, it's very strange.
Do you mind if I
'cause
ask you a
thought that
question?
Sure.
Genuinely, how do you know they're on the left?
I don't. Maybe you're right. That's an assumption. It's an assumption.
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
Yeah. So I would say, obviously, what happened today. I don't know if you've discussed this in detail with other guests yet. The unaliving of an individual based on what happened is absurd. There was no reason that any shot should have been fired in that scenario. I don't think that the ICE agent was in imminent danger. I watched the video over and over. I don't know whether that individual was stalled in the road blocking agents or pulling out and was just taking their sweet time looking both ways. I don't know. Either way, it's irrelevant. I don't think that anyone should have been unalived. So that's that. Also, I think that Trump has done a lot of things in very poor taste as far as his handling of social media, his posts that he makes, especially the one today about the ICE agent. I don't know what he was talking about the agent being in the hospital and recovering from what. I don't get it. And so a lot of things that I disagree with. The Maduro taking him and his wife, that's tough because I don't see that as a negative overall. I do support removing him from the quote unquote office that he was a part of. So yeah, I mean, that's two in the most recent history.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cut you off there. Listen, I agree. A conversation surrounding, Venezuela, it can be a tough one for many because it's not cut and dry. It's a very nuanced dialogue. In fact, I think that Donald Trump's invasion of Venezuela has introduced a level of nuance to political discussion that's not typically true of like mainstream political dialogue. But I mean, it kind of sounds like you don't really stand with Trump all too much. I mean, the first point you made was obviously true. I'm happy that you made it, but same thing I've said to anyone. This should be fucking enough, okay? It's already enough for the president to be enabling ICE agents to do things of this sort. He undeniably is. ICE agents were kidnapping naked children out of their beds in the Chicago suburbs and then throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans. ICE agents have black bag college students and took them to detention centers 1,000 miles away, violating 45-mile withholding orders from judges. ICE agents have illegally deported undocumented immigrants with no due process to Sica and El Salvador, where they've been beaten and tortured and starved. Okay. ICE agents have done all these things. And in response, less than 3 months ago, Donald Trump told an ABC News reporter that he doesn't think they're doing enough. He doesn't think they're going hard enough. That sentiment is absolutely what enabled actions to take place like what occurred today. But then on top of that, when we have the explicit go-ahead, the green light, the defense from the sitting president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth, alongside the defense from the rest of the administration, like the Department of Homeland Security, it becomes even worse. I think that any reasonable American should wake the fuck up, and if they were supporting Trump, regardless of what that reason is, should no longer today. We cannot allow our president to promote an environment where American citizens are executed in broad daylight, then defend that execution by calling the the individual that was executed a member of the political opposition, like he called that woman who was murdered a radical, violent, hateful leftist. Okay? We just can't do it.
But I didn't see him say that. But you're using the word executed.
I'm using the word execution synonymous with the word murder here.
Okay. Because I'm thinking, like, when you say executed, it's as if the car was at a standstill, gun pointed at, or pew, pointed at the individual and then trigger pulled, versus the vehicle pulling away, skirting away at a speed, and the ICE agent firing off a shot that unfortunately unalived this woman that never should have been shot in the first place.
I'm using the word execution, synonymous with the word murder. Murder is defined as the unjust termination of a human life. Now, if you don't like the word execution for whatever, then just replace it with murder.
What's your execution of, or what's your definition of the word execution? Maybe I'm just
like the intentional termination of a human life in an unjust manner.
Okay.
When it would in a typically unjust manner. That's the word. Typically unjust.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, again, we've already agreed that that was not, in any sense of the word, right.
Yeah,
and I think that
but why is that not a red line?
Is going to be held accountable.
Why is that not a red line? Dude, you can't say that he's definitely going to be held accountable.
Okay,
when the Department of Homeland Security and the president are saying that it was self-defense.
Hold
on. The only way he would be held accountable is if he was held accountable by your political opposition. Is if he was held accountable by Tim Walz. If he was held accountable by the Democrats. If that person is held accountable, it's because of us, not you.
Dean, if this ICE agent gets off scot-free and there are no repercussions for his actions, that is my red line. If he is not held accountable, there's the red line.
Question, can you agree that Donald Trump wants him to get off scot-free? And can you agree to the fact that we know Donald Trump wants him to get off scot-free due to Donald Trump's statement on the subject matter?
I don't know. I don't know if he was misinformed. Here, hold on, Dean. Hold on. I don't know if he was misinformed by his administration and shot out that tweet and was just like, I don't really know what happened. I didn't see the video, but obviously in my mind, this was some crazy leftist who was protesting ICE and was interfering and tried to unalive this ICE agent.
I have a question. Hypothetically, if Donald Trump did want that person to get off scot-free, would you still support Trump?
No.
Okay, so you just said that the possible defense that one can employ here is that Donald Trump was misinformed because Donald Trump didn't see the video. So I don't think that you even read Donald Trump's statements and remarks on the subject matter. Because the first line of his statement...
Did I say that I did?
Yeah, no, I'm assuming that you didn't. Because his first line in the statement is, quote unquote, I have just viewed the clip of the event, which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman recording was screaming, obviously professional agitator, and the woman in the car was very disorderly, obstructing, resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seemed to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it's hard to believe that the ICE agent is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirely, but the reason why these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. First and foremost, in accordance with your own logic, okay, one would now understand that yes, Donald Trump does want him to go off scot-free because your defense of the alternative was maybe he was misinformed and hadn't seen the video. We already know that he has seen the video and still thinks that we should stand by that officer and that the person who was shot in self-defense and she was a radical, crazy, leftist lunatic filled with violence and hate because that's what he said, all right? At the end, he says, we need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers. We need to stand by the person that executed the woman. In the middle, she was obstructing, disorderly, resisting, violently, willfully, and then viciously ran the ICE officer over. Once again in the middle, it was self-defense. Okay, right? Like, and then in the close to the last statement there, this is all happening because the left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. Then if you go look at the DHS Twitter, they posted a full fucking soliloquy about how it's in self-defense and they stand by that agent.
We don't disagree, bro. We don't disagree.
Oh.
You're
wow, beautiful. So then you're no longer a Trump supporter. Thanks.
I don't. No. I'm not.
You're not?
I didn't. You asked me when I first jumped on. Did I vote for Trump? Or sorry. You said, You said something like, "Are you a something about Trump?" And I just said I voted for Trump.
Right. So if you were teleported back, would you vote for him again? But I mean, I just asked you, would you hold a red line against Trump and would you stop supporting him as president if like he wanted that ICE officer to go off scot-free and you said yes? So if you didn't support Trump prior to me asking that question, that would have been an incoherent answer.
If I didn't.
Yeah, if you didn't support Trump, that would have been an incoherent answer. Like if you were to ask me,
right? And I said,
if you were to ask me, like, oh, Dean, would you stop supporting Trump if Trump wanted that ICE agent to get off scot-free? I'd be like, what? Like, I already don't. Like, that's kind of like an incoherent question considering the fact that I'm not a Trump supporter.
Right. And you asked me what the red line was, right? And then I answered what the red line was.
Okay, but you like do now agree that like he's crossed that red line?
For sure. Yeah, I think the plot is lost. To be honest with you, there's things that are being done. Like I said, taking Maduro, I think was not a bad thing, but the plot is getting lost because of the way that things are getting done.
You know what?
So
I'll take it. I'm happy that you think the plot is being lost. I'm happy that you agree that Donald Trump has crossed red lines.
It is.
Today is a day unlike many other. Like we're finally having people wake up. Honestly, this stream will go down as one of the most important out of the last 2 years I've been doing this shit. I've had more people tell me that red line has been crossed today than any day I've ever done this before. Brad, I appreciate you for coming up and I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. That red line has been crossed and I'm going to move on to the next guest. You know what? Let me take 30 seconds just to almost like debate the viewers. Because if he had his mind change, I want to talk to you. Yes, you, if you're watching this at home. If you're a Trump supporter, consider this. Donald Trump defends murder by calling murder self-defense. What happened today in Minneapolis was murder when an ICE agent shot a woman in the head 3 times and then denied her medical help. Here's an image of the ICE agent shooting his first round into her head, killing her. This image proves that it was not self-defense because he was not in the trajectory of the vehicle, but rather off to the side. And here's an audio clip. I actually haven't listened to this audio clip myself. I found it moments ago while already being live. This is a doctor on scene asking to help her. And by the way, I can't show you this video because it shows her dead body. But I could play it for you.
Can I go check a pulse? No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician!
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my fucking neighbor! You caught butter in the fucking face! You killed my fucking neighbor! How do you...
Oh, man. And by the way, those medics that they said they had on scene arrived 15 minutes after this doctor asked to try to check and get a pulse. And was blocked by their cars. Paramedics were not there. The paramedics were not there. An atrocity. Only op instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump.
Oh.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
No
I did
worries,
not
you're
mean-
good. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Aiden loading up in the box. God damn, man. It's just hard, man. I took a moment before I went live. Waited, around an hour or so. Just kind of collect myself. Really, really hard-hitting shit, guys. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Obviously, right now, there's not too many Trump supporters because this is a day of reckoning for the administration and a real day of awakening for so many Americans who have been standing by the administration up until this point. Hello, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, well, we're just looking for Trump supporters, so please stay out of the queue. Moving on to the next guest here, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're MAGA. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would please try to follow the rules. Really appreciate it if you guys would try to follow the rules. Here we go. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. What year were you born in?
What?
What year were you born in?
Fuck you, nigger. Fuck you, fucking nigger.
Well, that's Trump supporters for you. Thanks for giving us another reason why we should all leave the cult. Yeah. So I mean, if you're a fence sitter out there, consider that. Trump supporters are so down bad in this moment that instead of debating, they just come up here and scream the N-word. What a clown! What an absolute clown! Hello, do you support Trump? Hello? Well, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest. We got Noah G loaded up in the box. Only up instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, please. Hello, do you support Trump, Noah? No, you have 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, do you support Trump?
Unfortunately, I don't. I just actually wanted to give you a nice...
I think that I'm really happy that you don't support Trump. And don't take me kicking you as a sign of disrespect. In fact, I respect you too much to even have you up here. We're all looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest. Hello, do you support Trump?
Sorry. Okay. Before I say that, I just wanted to. I've been grounded the last couple days. I haven't had any internet access.
How old are you?
The only things I've seen about this whole situation. I'm 18.
You grounded at 18? I mean, it happens. It does.
Yeah.
I've seen it before.
But so
What year
the
were you
only
born
things
in?
I saw about the whole 2007, June 7th. But the only things I saw about the whole Minneapolis situation when I got all my stuff back were the Trump tweet, and then after joining your live, the thing you saw. So I didn't see the video.
Are you a Trump
But I just wanted.
Again, I appreciate you for coming up here and, being nice. But I'm sorry. I'm going to go with the possibility that you're lying about your age. If you're like truly like 18 and getting grounded, bro, like legit, my condolences, dude. I've definitely seen it before. It's not super unique. I've seen it before, but like my condolences, brother. But I'm going to go ahead and I think that you might be underage. Hello, Dean is scared to debate me. How old are you?
Do you like Alexander G?
His third time being on the stream today. Holy cow. How does he do it? We have 20,000 people in here. How has he done it 3 times? Dude, nuts. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I just actually wanted to come up here and say
Super cool, dude. Thank you. I'm really happy that you're not a Trump supporter. And the same thing I said to the guest before last. I'm sorry for cutting you off and kicking you. We're just looking for MAGA. What's going on, Caleb? You MAGA?
I am MAGA, yeah.
Oh, Caleb. Woof. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 33 years old.
All right, man. Well, let's see if we could get you to leave that cult real quick. Let me thank a couple people. First and foremost, Desk. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for the love, Desk, and I absolutely agree with your message. Show some love to Desk down below. Alexander with $5. Ben with a 1 penny. Then Shauna, thank you so much for the $10. She says, here's a partial payment of my cult fees. You're amazing. Thank God for you. Well, thank God for you, Shauna. Thank you for the $10. Then Lisa, thank you for the 5. And Sarah, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Wow. Holy crap, you guys. Thank you, Sarah. Show some love to Sarah down below in that chat. Let's get 1,000 Sarah W's, who with $100 says, here's $100 just to pay my cult dues. That last guy sat there like a good little boy the whole time you're thanking the dinner. She sent that one through before he changed his mind. So fair. This. Thank you for the $100, Sarah, as well as Bo with the $15 to piss that last gas off. I'm sorry that I'm just reading it now. Thank you so much, Sarah and Bo. And then Jolene and Dylan. Oh my God. Thank you both for the $50, dude. Jolene with the 50 says, here's $50 to support. Thank you so much for the love. And then Dylan with the 50 says, thank you so much for fighting this battle, which is much easier said than done. Shout out to you for handling all these fools. Well, thank you so much, Dylan and Jolene. You guys are awesome. Hella based. Show some love to Dylan and Jolene. And then Casey with the $10 who says, love what you're doing. Thank you, Casey. Lindsay with the $2. Anonymous, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. I'll take a look into that, Anonymous. Then Bo with another 5. And then Elizabeth with a $10 who says, thank you for keeping me sane and others educated with your platform. Fuck ICE and fuck Trump. Love from Seattle. Yes, fuck ICE and fuck Trump. One more person here, Mr. Thomas. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars on PayPal. He says, when are you coming to Canada? Love you, Dean. I've actually never been to Canada in my life. Fun fact. Thank you all for the love. We're all caught up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I kind of like this Dean guy, I like these streams, and you want to show some love, support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. And right there at the top of the phone as well. Get all of those proceeds. They go straight to me. You could attach a message. And of course, as you've already seen, I could give you a shout out. Same thing goes over on the YT stream. The V and the P, the Venmo, and the PayPal are in that pin message. Go ahead, Caleb. Take it away. How can you support Trump after Donald Trump just defended a daylight execution of a citizen?
Are you referring to his actual tweet he put out in regards to the situation?
Yes.
Oh yeah, the one where he's made a statement that the person ran over the actual ICE officer and he's surprised he's barely alive, things like that.
Where he specifically said, when I'm calling it a defense of murder, would be that what he did was self-defense, and that the person who was murdered was like, a radical, crazy left person who loves violence and hate, so on and so forth.
Sure. Yeah, I think that obviously the thing he put out was pretty insensitive. If you're asking why I support him for that action, I don't have an answer for that. I don't support him for that action. I actually kind of disagree with what he said.
I will say this. Point number one, I think it's crazy that you still support Trump. That's why I do these lives, to try to change minds. Oh, why? It would take me around 45 minutes to answer that question in great detail.
Sure.
But point number two, I actually appreciate you and other Trump supporters for, at the bare minimum, not defending Trump's statements on the subject matter. I fully expected to get on here today and hear every single guest argue that it absolutely was self-defense and that he was righteous in what he did. So, at the bare minimum, thank you for admitting it was wrong. Super crazy that you still support Trump. That's what we're here to discuss. How can you still support Trump after he defended the murder of a citizen?
Sorry. Okay. So to be clear, you're asking now the same question again, why I still can support him despite what happened today?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I support him for numerous reasons. I think that what happened with Venezuela is a positive thing. I think that, obviously he has better policy. He has better foreign relations. I think he's better for the country. I think that it's also kind of contradictory for you to
Have I debated you before? I recognize your voice. Is your name AJ?
You've never debated me, no.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I took that like 3-4 days ago. And I just came across this on my live. Okay. AJ?
Yeah, go ahead. You said it's contradictory of me to do what?
I just think it's contradictory for you to hold this position when Biden in and of himself also said the same thing. So
Biden said what?
About Venezuela, things like that. I saw your live I think yesterday as well.
Wait, one second. Let's just assuming that Biden did. Why would it be contradictory for me to disagree with both Biden and Trump?
You don't disagree with Biden.
Well, if Biden has done or said the same thing that Trump did, then yeah, I do.
Well, he said that Trump was a coward. He wasn't going to take care of anything in regards to Venezuela, and he actually basically dick rides people that actually are over there, and he actually supports them. He said, if I'm president, I will actually take care of business over there. Now, he didn't do that, but Trump did.
You think
do you
that
support
Donald
Trump?
Trump's taking care of business in Venezuela?
Yeah, I think so.
Why is that?
Well, there are numerous reasons. The first reason is going to be that obviously he's a terrorist dictator. Number two is that he wasn't the president. Number three is that obviously the oil that's there that they took control of, we might as well actually take the actual oil and give it back to them in a way where they actually benefit them. So
then why is he having the money going into an offshore bank account privately managed by himself? And why did he say that money is going back to America?
Yeah, sure, because we're obviously going to basically the money that is made from the oil is going to be in the offshore account, and he openly said we're going to help them with the money because they don't have a government. We're going to help them build their actual country.
So
I have a question.
I heard him say that he's going to use the money to help Venezuelans, but then in the next breath he said that he's going to use the money to repay America for all the harm that Venezuela's caused us. So
Sorry,
which one is it?
Sorry, say the last part. What was the last part? What you said?
That he's going to use the money to repay America, A, arbitrarily for the harm that Venezuela has caused us, and then B, materially for like the loss of resources from Venezuela, like nationalizing their oil production.
Absolutely.
And so on and so forth. So, I mean, I definitely don't think that money is going to go back into the pockets of the Venezuelans, because I don't think that he cares about the Venezuelans.
Yeah, so here's the thing, is that even if Trump did say this, which I believe he did say that, but the problem is that he can hold that position while also wanting to help them. These things aren't mutually exclusive.
I just don't think that he wants to help them. I could prove that.
Prove it to me.
If he wanted to help Venezuelans, then he wouldn't label the undocumented Venezuelans in America falsely as members of gangs, violent P3dos that want to grape your wife and eat your pets, and dogs that escaped mental institutions and prisons, just to justify rhetoric to uphold a state in which is stripping them of their human and constitutional rights, like his attack on the 14th and 5th Amendment, just to deport them with no due process to a CCOT in El Salvador where they're beaten, tortured, and starved. That one's a really easy argument to make.
Yeah, sure. He made a blanket statement saying that every single person that comes here is doing these things?
Yeah, and posted it on TikTok. It wasn't rhetorically worded every single individual. It was like they as a whole. Just
well,
like
so if it's a blanket statement.
Yeah, it was a blanket statement. It was a generalization.
Generalization. Okay, gotcha. So the thing is that when he's making these actual statements, okay, he's making the statements of people that come to our country and basically come here to cause harm.
He thinks that all undocumented immigrants cause harm here, or else he wouldn't want to deport them all.
It's not true.
That absolutely is true.
Wait. Can you say the last part of what you just said and then realize how ironic it sounds?
Well, I mean, if I said that if he didn't think that they all caused harm, then he wouldn't want to deport them all. He'd probably hold on to similar policy from administrations that we've seen before, of like putting a preface on the deportation of individuals with like criminal and prior like violent/non-violent criminal offenses. But I mean, he definitely does think that they all cause harm. That's been the rhetoric in which he's been espousing for years now, is just how harmful undocumented immigrants are. If he didn't think that they all caused harm, then he wouldn't be placing that generalization on them.
You're saying it again. Okay, wait. You just said it 4 times in a row, dude. 4 times in a row.
So usually I have to repeat my points around 5 to 7 times in order for them to be understood.
Yeah, well, not for me. I'm not low IQ like most of your guests. Here, let me ask you this question.
Yet to be determined.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you the question again. Undocumented, right? You said it 4 times. Undocumented. Say the word again. Undocumented immigrants? Or are they documented? Undocumented. Okay, thank you, Dean. So if they're undocumented, he's deporting them because they're undocumented. You disagree with this?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, great. So you believe we should keep undocumented citizens or immigrants in our country. What is the reason for that?
Because I think that mass amnesty, or giving a pathway to residency or citizenship for undocumented immigrants without prior violent criminal offenses or pretty insidious nonviolent criminal offenses, and a couple other things, is beneficial for the country. I think that mass deportation only hurts us. I mean, today we saw an example of how it hurts us. And in many other ways as well. And obviously, the better solution, morally, economically, and pragmatically, would be mass amnesty.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So let me ask you this question. So you're saying that you believe for those reasons it is more beneficial to keep undocumented immigrants in our country. So I'm just confused. What do you say to the people that are waiting years and years and years following proper protocol to enter our country? They still can't get in. Would you say to them, I think you're actually forced to say this, do you support and would you actually encourage them to enter the country illegally?
I'm not forced to say that for one reason. Would you like to know what it is?
You are forced to say that because you're saying it's beneficial for them for undocumented.
There's one reason why I'm not forced to say that. Would you like to know?
Tell you what, before you answer why you're not forced to say that,
okay.
why don't you answer the first question? What do you say to all the people that are waiting for years and years and years? They still haven't gotten into our country. When people that just walk over the border.
I know exactly what I'd say to them.
What would you say to them?
I'm sorry that our country's failed you. See, the fact that it takes years and years and years and years.
Your answer? That doesn't work, Dean. I'm sorry our country.
I can tell you why it does work.
It does not.
Well, it definitely does. It just would require an explanation, but you're kind of crashing
Go
out
ahead.
and
Go
interrupting
ahead.
me.
I'll wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'd say I'm sorry that our country's failed you. And the reason why I'd say that is because it has. It's not unintentional or by random choice that it takes, 10 to 15 years in many circumstances to immigrate into America legally. But it's rather by intentional design. I believe our Congress has neglected the legal means of entry into this country over the course of modern American history, and in turn has therefore incentivized undocumented entry so that every 2 and 4 years, predominantly Republicans can turn around and run on cracking down on that undocumented entry while not ever implementing long-term solutions. If the incentive for undocumented immigration into America is the unattainable nature of the legal means, which it absolutely is for vast majority of all circumstances, then the most obvious and immediate / pragmatic way to solve the crisis of undocumented entry now and in the long term is to expedite the legal means. Donald Trump has not once in his life, as a politician, stood in front of a podium and even referenced the legal means of entry and how he thinks we need to make them faster to disincentivize undocumented entry. So that's the reason why I would tell the legal immigrants, I'm sorry that our country's failed you. But on top of that, I understand the dilemma that you're pointing out here. If you can just waltz into America with the use of undocumented means and then get an expedited path to residency or citizenship through amnesty, what the hell would the purpose of legal immigration be? It'd almost be more advantageous for those legal immigrants to leave their line in the queue through the legal ports of entry, enter in with the use of undocumented means, than get mass amnesty, right? Like that was the counter argument you were purporting. Well, see, the thing is I don't think that the expedited pathway to residency or citizenship should stop at the undocumented immigrants that are already in America and should actually be extended to anybody who wants to immigrate into America that is already within the legal means of entry. And point number 2, I'd also like to point out, when Reagan implemented amnesty when he was president, he did not turn around and also expedite the legal means. Yet we didn't see an increase in undocumented entry after his blanket of amnesty.
Gotcha. Okay, great. So you have a immigrant, okay, who is in the country undocumented, okay, and you have a person that's been waiting for 6 years to get in the country. They still haven't. Would you swap them out if you could?
Swap them out? What do you mean?
Would you take the person that crossed over the border illegally and say, be okay with deporting that person in exchange for the person that's been waiting for 6 years through legal processes and still isn't in our country? Would you be okay with switching them out?
So you're basically saying if my hand is forced and I have to give one citizenship and one
I'm trying to get an idea of your actual principle here.
Well, so forcing me into a dichotomy is not going to be unveiling my principles. Now, I just want to clarify in the question that you're asking me. If you're basically saying my hand is forced and I have to give one citizenship and the other deportation, who would I give citizenship to and who would I give deportation to?
Yeah, a person who crossed over the border illegally, they're here for 2 months, or you have a person that's been waiting for six years, they still haven't gotten in the country, your hand's forced.
Yeah, if my hand's forced in this circumstance, I'd obviously give citizenship to the person that's been waiting 2 years and deportation to the undocumented immigrant that's been in here for 2 months. But see, I don't think that in all reality. Why though? Because the other individual's been seeking domicile in America for longer. But I mean,
that's your reason?
Yeah, that's my reason. But I'd like to say here that in reality, I don't think that hand is forced, and I think that we could give them both residency or citizenship.
Gotcha. Okay. If they come into the country undocumented, what ways do we have of vetting them?
through mass amnesty. Like we'd say, hey, you could get amnesty. You could become a citizen. That's going to give you all of these benefits, like higher real median wages, the ability to file for a tax return, access to all federal benefits in all 50 states, access to all state benefits in all 50 states, give you more bargaining power in the workforce, give you long-term survivability in the market, on top of about a billion other things. That's obviously going to be a massive incentive to want said amnesty. Involved through the process, I'm almost done explaining. But involved in that process of amnesty would be like a vetting process.
Listen, Dean, I know that you actually, listen, this isn't an attack on you, okay? I need you to listen for a minute. You're not answering my questions. You're kind of going off on these long tangents. I asked you, wait, listen. With all due respect, okay?
That's fine. I just thought I'd clarify. I definitely answered your question. Maybe the reason why you don't think... Caleb, hold on. Maybe the reason why you don't think that I answered your question is because you interrupted me and stopped listening midway through. I want you to work on something. I want you to listen. I want you to work on impulse control. And if you're going to ask somebody a question, like I'm just fully letting you interrogate my view. Like right now, I'm not even like pushing it back against anything that you believe in why. I'm like just genuinely giving you the reins to do your own interrogation of what I think and why. But like when you're interrogating someone else's view, have impulse control, act like an adult, the adult that you claim to be, be a reasonable, sensible person, and allow me to answer the question. Once again, the question that you asked me was, well, how are we going to vet people that are undocumented in this country?
Wrong. That wasn't my question, though. That wasn't my question, Dean.
Would you like to repeat the question?
Yes, because that's why I tried cutting you off. That wasn't my question. I said, how do we go about vetting the people that are here that are already undocumented immigrants? That's why I asked you.
So how would we go about vetting the undocumented immigrants?
Wait, you said through mass amnesty for
I just want to clarify. So your question was, how do we go about vetting the undocumented immigrants?
I'm asking you, how do we go about vetting undocumented immigrants that are just crossing the country, correct?
Yeah, so I wasn't wrong in my characterization of the question that you asked me.
No, you were giving an answer as for people that are coming into the country, okay?
No.
I'm saying
listen, you're confused. 30 seconds ago, you told me that I incorrectly represented your question by me articulating that your question was, how would I go about vetting undocumented immigrants?
Wrong. You're not listening.
What am I wrong about specifically?
We have because the question I'm asking is because we already have undocumented immigrants here. Yes or no?
Obviously, the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you. How have they been vetted, Dean?
Undocumented immigrants in America, for the most part, haven't been vetted to like a
unique.
Can I finish speaking?
Thank you. W for me.
I need to finish.
There we go.
I need to finish speaking.
No, none of them have for the most part.
None of them have for the most part is a contradictory statement.
Sorry. None of them have. And what I was going to say was maybe 1%. Maybe 1%. Still contradictory, but maybe 1%.
I find it very important for me to finish speaking.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's many like systems in which undocumented immigrants can access that would include some sense of vetting, like DACA, for instance. But I mean, if you just want to speak generally, okay, I'd say generally they're not vetted. However, many of them are through programs like DACA, through programs like a fight to seek asylum, domicile, and though undocumented immigrants that are like actively in the process of getting green cards, visas, work permits, so on and so forth, or actually undocumented immigrants that came into America on legal means and were vetted because of that, like on temporary work permits or travel visas, that then just let those work permits and visas expire, but are continuing to be in the country. So I'd actually say it's a toss-up. I don't think that either you or I could say exactly what percentage of undocumented immigrants remain unvetted. I'd actually argue that the portion of them that are vetted is very high, but almost and also completely irrelevant to my solution of amnesty, because my solution of amnesty would require a new round of vetting for every undocumented immigrant that wants to seek it.
Thanks. Okay, gotcha. Okay, you mind if I test your logic for a minute? Is that okay?
Well, I mean, you just asked me 20 questions. Can I ask you 20 questions?
Yeah, I'm testing. I'm trying to get an idea of your view on this.
But do you mind if I take my turn to ask you questions?
You can, but I'm at the final point. The reason I asked all these questions was to ask you this question.
Go for it.
Yeah, the reason I asked you all these questions was to ask you this final question.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then after that, you can cross-examine me if you want to. Here's what I'll ask you, okay?
Yeah.
1,000 undocumented immigrants, okay? They come across. They haven't been vetted, right? Because they're undocumented for the most part. 2 of them are murderers, just 2. Do you still deport all 1,000 because 2 of them are murderers, or do you let 2 murderers or serial killers into our country?
I'd argue that question hinges on a false premise. That false premise would be a false dichotomy.
No. Wait. No, it's not a false dichotomy. Is what I'm giving you a scenario where if there's a potential that 2 of them are murderers. Okay.
Well, I don't think that. I think it's a
Why
false
can't you answer it,
dichotomy.
Dean?
I just told you I could explain it.
How about we ask it to you this way then? Okay.
Can I just explain it real quick? No, I'm just going to explain it. So I'd argue that it's actually okay to not answer questions if you could like justify that they would hinge on a false premise. Now, I will say, I think that a lot of people will like reject to answer a question under the allegation that said question would hinge on a false premise that don't justify that it truly does. And that's like really bad faith, right? That's like an example of somebody running away from a question. But like I could justify the false premise in which your question hung on. So the false premise that your question hung on was either letting all of them in or kicking all of them out. Obviously, in reality, the proper solution through amnesty would be to vet all 1,000 people that are coming into this country and then kick out the 2 individuals that you rather and later determine to be murderers. Now, something else that I will say is if you're basically saying that maybe the fact that they're murderers kind of flying under the radar and the vetting process doesn't determine it, well, I mean, then in turn, logically speaking, you'd be arguing for an end of all immigration, legal or illegal, due to the fact that the same thing would be true of legal immigrants. I hope that explains point number 1, the false premise that your question was hinged on. Point number 2, in reality, what my question would be to a question that didn't hinge on said false premise. And point number 3, how in accordance with your logic, it may be the case that you'd advocate for an end of all immigration.
Okay, great. So let me tell you what. If you're saying I'm basing this on the false premise, how about we just reword this? So you have to answer. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Do people that come across the border undocumented or illegally, is there a potential for them to be criminals?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Is there a potential for them to be murderers? Any of them? One of them?
Of course.
Okay, great. So based upon this, if 1,000 people that are unvetted cross the border, there was a potential for a couple of them to be violent criminals or what is it, like sex offenders, things like that.
The violent crime
rate. Wait, why are you cutting me off again?
To help you. The violent crime rate of undocumented immigrants in America is around 1.65%. So if we had a random selection of 1,000 undocumented immigrants, it's more likely than not that one is guilty of a violent crime.
Okay, wait, dude. Let me ask you, what is the actual reporting of crime rate in Mexico? How much of crime goes reported in Mexico?
Why would I be familiar with that statistic? I'm an American and I talk about American politics.
Great. A total of 6% of crimes go reported in Mexico.
Okay.
94%.
I'll take your word for it.
Great. 94% of crimes go unreported. Yeah. Why is this concerning, Dean?
I don't know. You tell me.
Because if 94% of crimes go unreported, okay, even if we were to vet them, we're vetting on a system that doesn't report crime regardless.
Question.
Now, you're going to ask why if we vet them is even efficient regardless.
No. My question is, so basically what you're arguing here is, well, that a lot of crime in Mexico goes unaccounted for. So then even if we were to vet like undocumented immigrants through a process of mass amnesty, it's still possible that they committed a crime in Mexico that never went accounted for because they weren't caught for it. So do you think that we shouldn't allow Mexicans to legally immigrate into this country since the same issue would be true?
I just said yes.
So we should stop all Mexican immigration?
No, I said we should allow people to immigrate legally.
Wait, why? Because they still we'd still have that pragmatic dilemma of them potentially of being guilty of a crime inside of Mexico that was never accounted for because according to you, only around 6% are caught. So if you think that this dilemma is an issue as it would relate to legal entry, then why would this be an issue as it would relate to mass amnesty?
Yeah, sure. Because what I'm saying is that for me to make the statement that even if we are vetting them, they can't come to our country is ridiculous. We have to vet who we can. What I'm saying is that if people are coming into the country, and also if you can please stop muting me. I know you're eating corn nuts and you're coughing and you can't dude, just relax, drink some water for a minute. Don't mute me. Are those corn nuts or are those peanuts? I don't know what they even are. Anyway, dude. Planters, peanuts, nice dude. All right, dude, listen. So here's the thing. What I'm saying is that obviously I can't make the statement that people who want to come to the country legally shouldn't be able to come in the country legally. Now we can still vet them, even if the crime over there goes unreported. What I'm saying is that there is a higher likelihood if people are crossing over into our country undocumented, okay, that there is a chance that they are criminals, and we can't even at least attempt to vet them. That's the problem. And that's why I'm proposing to you a scenario where I'm just curious, like why, if there was 1,000 people in the country, I asked you this, and there's a potential that 10 of them are murderers, would you still allow the 1,000 to come in our country unvetted? Yes or no? It's just a yes or no question.
Well, I mean, I think that we both just answered this question as it would relate.
Yes, it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no, man.
One moment. I think that we both just answered this question as it would relate to like criminals that would like surmount any vetting process with a yes, because we both think that even though it's the case that a potential murderer could go amnesty or legal immigration, that they should still be able to come into this country and welcomed with open arms. Now, I actually have a question for you, and I think it's fair that I ask you this because, to be fair, you've been like interrogating me this whole time. Do you mind if I get one question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go right ahead. That's fine. Yeah.
So you said if there's a potential for 10 out of 1,000 immigrants to be a murderer, then they shouldn't be allowed to come into this country. So what if there's not just a potential, but rather a definite proven fact that a man is a rapist? Should he be allowed to run the country?
I mean, everything is, so here's the thing. It would be all circumstantial. And when I say it's circumstantial, there's a problem here.
I'm going to repeat what you said. It's a yes or no question. Sure. Why are you evading the question?
Okay, great. So there's a little bit of nuance here, though.
Okay, well, ultimately, that nuance will fall down into the explanation of your yes or the explanation of your no. Feel free to add nuance in here, but ultimately, that nuance will amount to a yes or a no, because it's either true that you think an actual rapist should be able to run the country, or it's false that you think an actual rapist should be able to run the country. So which one is it?
So the answer to that is going to be first no. Your follow-up is going to be that Donald Trump was found civilly liable of SA. Now,
well, thank you for doing my work for me. Not only that, by the way, he's boasted about sexual exploitation, best friends with Epstein. According to Epstein, he knew what he was doing with his girls, 25 credible accusations. Court determined that he raped E. Jean Carroll. Oh, yeah. He's an actual perpetuator of sexual violence. It's funny. I'm using your logic to fry your shit, and I'm enjoying every second of it.
Actually, you're not frying my shit because you haven't given me a chance to respond.
Well, you have that chance now, my friend.
All right, dude. So it's basically, okay, so this is called a moral dilemma, okay, dude? Sometimes people are put into moral dilemmas where literally they have to choose one or the other, and by choosing either one, they feel like they're a moral failure. Do you understand this, yes or no?
You feel like you're a moral failure for not putting a rapist in the White House? You have some real fucking issues, dude.
Wait, I asked you a yes or no question.
Well, the answer...
Do you understand that?
The answer from my perspective is that this is absolutely not a moral dilemma. Why the fuck do you think it's a moral dilemma? Do we or do we not put a rapist in the Oval Office? Come on.
Wait. It's not what I'm saying to you. I'm saying a moral dilemma.
That wasn't what you're saying. Then this would be all irrelevant. So if that's not what you're saying, then stop this irrelevant tangent.
What you do is you put people into a position, okay?
We have to answer a yes or no question. No. You actually did that to me 5 times. So I don't appreciate the projection. It's cute, but it's embarrassing.
No, it's not embarrassing because what happened the past couple of days I came across your lives and I watch it while I'm doing my homework, okay? This is what I notice is that you tend to always pull back when you're having a conversation with someone. Your only retort is typically coming back to Trump being convicted civilly of SA, things like this. You can't understand that people vote out of not just personal convenience, but also moral convictions. Now, here's the thing. Is Trump a morally good person? No, he's not. He's at fault. He's a horrible person. Does that mean I shouldn't vote for him? No. There's reasonings behind this that other people did as well. You just don't understand that. You don't understand that somebody can vote for somebody. Do you think there's never a scenario? Wait, stop, Dean. Let me finish. Do you think there's never a scenario in which you would vote for Donald Trump, who's a convicted rapist, over somebody else? Can I present to you a scenario then? You tell me if you'd still vote for Trump or somebody else?
Yeah, for sure. Present me that scenario.
Yeah, cool. Let's say that Adolf Hitler was still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was him or Trump. Who would you vote for, Dean?
Well, if I had a gun to my head and I had to choose between Trump and Hitler, I'd let the gun go off. But if you want a real answer, I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, but why?
So are you because Trump is better than Hitler?
Okay, great. Wait. So stop for a minute. So stop. Wait. So you have now
because Donald Trump is better than Hitler. Now, Caleb.
Wait.
What I'd like to ask you was Kamala Harris Hitler?
I can
And then something else I want to add on here. The first thing that you said in your statement was that whenever I'm debating somebody, I always go back down to grape. Caleb, real quick, how long have I been live today? Do you know?
I just came across it right now.
Yeah,
about
for,
like 15
for,
minutes.
for 3 hours. And out of the last 3 hours that I've been live doing debates since the moment I went live, can you assume or take a guess at how many times I've brought up Trump's grape case and debated about it?
I would guess if you're asking, probably none.
None. So it's funny because you'll say that all I do when I don't know, like losing a debate, I don't think you said that explicitly, is I'll go back to talking about the grape case, but it's pretty insane considering the fact that this is the first time I brought it up so far today. And also insane because that's not all I do. And you know this. I let you interrogate my view about mass amnesty until you ran out of questions.
I didn't run out of questions. I told you could actually go off and you could actually.
I let you interrogate my view until you're like, well, I don't want to interrogate it any further because you're really solid in your logic. So just stop the cope, the whine, and complain. But basically, what your view is amounting to here is that even though Donald Trump's a rapist, you still think that he should be able to run the country because he benefits the country. So you're a goddamn hypocrite for trying to suggest that A, undocumented immigrants are murderers when they're not, okay, significantly less likely to commit violent crimes compared to U.S. citizens, but then B, to attempt to employ a use of logic against me that because, 1 out of 1,000 immigrants may potentially be a murderer, we should reject all 1,000 of them, just to turn around and engage in silly pedantic thought to justify having a known rapist as the president. Very hypocritical and very embarrassing. So I think the next question I'll ask you here is, because you started to set me up, would I pick Trump or Hitler? I would obviously pick Trump over Hitler, 110%. Okay, I think that Trump's real bad. I do think that Hitler's a little worse. So you'd land the plane by arguing, so you're telling me you'd vote for Trump if he was better than the other person? Yeah, if it's Hitler, I'd vote for Trump. So the next question would be, what has Kamala Harris done that is sufficiently comparable or worse than grape?
Great. Okay, so here's the thing. You're asking what Kamala Harris has done that would suffice for someone to vote for Donald Trump in comparison to Kamala Harris, as I gave a comparison with the whole Schmittler thing. Now, here's the answer to that, okay? Do you believe, I'll give you one example. And I can end this right here. Let's say, do you believe that somebody that holds to the position of, I don't even want to argue this, but I'll just ask, let's say they're pro-life. Do you think a person that holds to the position of pro-life, they actually view human beings, fetuses, as real human beings? Yes or no?
I mean, I view a fetus as a real human being, and I'm pro-choice. Do you mean like view a fetus as like morally valuable?
As a morally valuable agent?
A lot of them, not really.
Well, that's just false. A lot of them do.
No.
Okay.
Usually, from the debates that I have, and I mean anyone who watches my streams frequently. The view ends up reducing down to wanting to punish or control women compared to finding value rooted within the life of the fetus. Do some pro-lifers really find like inherent value inside of the fetus? Yeah, absolutely. Do all pro-lifers?
Okay, dude,
no.
Can you let me just, like, dude,
you hate that I'm adding nuance on, dude. I literally said three sentences.
The nuance you're adding,
Caleb, you're coping, dude. I'm sorry that it's not on crayon on fucking polka dot paper. This is the first time you're engaging in a conversation with someone for the first time in your life where it's like you can't keep up, you're struggling to get that owned moment, that live dunk 4K, because I'm pretty good at what I do. But don't blame it on me. It's really annoying.
Well, no, the nuance you were adding, though, is a lie.
Well,
you said that
certainly not.
You said most. I asked you, do you believe that most people that are pro-life, most people hold to the position that a fetus in the womb is a morally valuable agent?
I'm okay with granting that some do.
You're doing it again, dude. You're cutting me off.
Oh,
your answer to that
I'm so sorry. This is like basically World War III.
No, your answer to that was, do you want the honest truth? Most people I debate, they actually end up retorting it back to, they end up reverting it back to controlling women's bodies, things of this nature. Now, I have a question. If that is the truth, are you making the argument that the reason that most people, it was your words, that actually are pro-life aren't doing it because they value human life and give it moral value because they want to control women and they're misogynists.
Yeah, I think that a fair amount of MAGA men.
And what is the argument for that?
And
Give me the
debate
argument.
me.
What the fuck is the argument for that, dude?
Can I
The
finish?
fuck?
So you're just complaining about me interrupting you, then you interrupt me. Don't complain about me interrupting you any longer. Yeah, I'd argue that a very fair portion of the MAGA men that come up on this stream end up having their position reduced down to wanting to control the bodies of the women or girls. Because it's usually pretty easy to like dispute value found within the fetus. There's just simply no identifiable traits that are true of the fetus and which would grant it moral value. And the only way to attempt to grant moral value to the fetus is to argue religion, but then you run into pragmatic issues because most interpretations of the Bible prelude to the conclusion that all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God, meaning that they'd want to legislate identically on abortion as they would to a lie. Or like you run into like logical issues. Maybe they value the life of the fetus because it's a human and they think that human life equals moral value. But then they don't like prescribe moral value to like a brain dead patient and they don't think it's murder to pull the plug on them, even though they're biologically human and biologically alive. So then it usually ends up retreating to the base position. Well, you know, the woman, she spread her legs, she engaged in sex, she knew what she was doing. You know, she needs to take responsibility for her action. And I'd say that's a very fair representation of how the pro-life view can go from caring about the fetus to rather just wanting to control the life and body of the woman and give her consequences for being reckless and engaging in sex outside of marriage or without an intention of reproduction. But I think the question I'd ask you is, do you really want to spend your time on live with me debating, you know, what a demographic of pro-life individuals hold their view and the reason why? Or did you ever like want to respond to the argument I gave to prove your view false? Because what I was saying is that you're a hypocrite for sitting up here and arguing that if out of 1,000 people, one of them is potentially a murderer, we need to get rid of them all. But then as soon as one man is actually a rapist, actually a felon, actually somebody that has boasted about sexual exploitation of naked kids and naked women, actually somebody that has defrauded the university, actually somebody that has intentionally concealed classified documents at his estate in Mar-a-Lago, actually somebody that has defended murder, actually somebody that pardoned 174 domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol and then labeled them as patriots, actually somebody that tried to coup and end the American democracy, actually somebody that's hit on his own daughter, actually somebody that's called all black people lazy, actually somebody that violated the Civil Rights Act by refusing to rent to black people in the 1970s, actually somebody that has perpetuated very harmful rhetoric surrounding undocumented immigrants that have led to the malice death of those undocumented immigrants through the emboldening of the Department of Homeland Security and ICE by saying that they're not going far enough after they're already deporting people with no due process to be tortured in Venezuela. No, you don't want to talk about that hypocrisy. You rather want to have like a silly fucking conversation about why I think that like some pro-lifers hold the view that they do. What I'll say on top of that pro-life stance there is that I'm confident a lot of pro-lifers hold to their pro-life position because they perceive the fetus to have moral value. I'm just also confident that a lot of other pro-lifers hold to their pro-life position because inevitably they want to punish or control women.
Gotcha. No. And to be clear, the reason I was asking you this line of questioning was only to prove to you a reason or a scenario in which someone can vote for Donald Trump despite Kamala Harris. And you asked me the question, if I remember correctly. Can you please now explain to me how Kamala Harris can be even? No, wait. I was giving you one of many.
Oh my God! Wait, who am I debating?
Dude, what?
Who am I debating right now?
Wait.
I have a question. Can I just yes or no? Am I debating you?
You're debating me?
Yes. So I'm debating you. So if like I'm asking you why you think that Donald Trump would be better than Kamala Harris, I like truly hope, right, that like you're going to be purporting the view in which you hold to be the case. So then we don't.
I do hold this view.
So wait, you just told me that you don't. You just told me that this wasn't your reason insofar as why you found it better. Oh,
no. I said it's one of many reasons. But the thing is that I'm asking you this line of questioning to get you to the point in which I can explain to you that a person that holds this position, obviously.
Oh. Did I get banned? No, I'm still here. Oh my God, I'm still live. Ooh, I thought that the stream got taken down, dude. Oh, okay, he ran. That was accidental. Get back in the queue. That'd be really pathetic if it was intentional to run in the middle of your sentence because you don't know what to say. Dude, I legitimately thought that we just got the live stream taken down. Because like he just cut off in the middle of his sentence, and I was looking at my my Google Chrome, and I thought that the whole last live stream got taken down. All right, well, if we see him in the queue, we'll bring it back up. Chances are he maybe got like, I'm trying to be as generous as possible here. He maybe got banned, and I just didn't see the notification that said he got banned.
Dean, I love Stranger.
That is a child. I love everyone in the chat that automatically goes, you kicked him whenever like a guest gets banned, or in this circumstance, maybe left. Like, if you don't think I was dominating that conversation, I don't know what to tell you. You're delusional. It's just it's a very embarrassing view to hold to. But I mean, whatever, you know, let them yap. Yo, check this out. Hey, to all the Trump supporters in the chat, do you have any evidence that I kicked him? Oh, wait, you don't? So you believe in things without evidence? Oh, that makes sense. We're going to move on to the next guest. We're going to go and move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. What's up, Jose? Do you support Trump?
No, sir, I do not.
Well, base man, we are just looking for Trump supporters to come up here and have a conversation with. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Yeah, dude's not back in the queue, which I think rules out the possibility that he accidentally left. Because if he accidentally left, then I'd expect him to rejoin the queue. He's not back in the queue. I think that he like ran. Dude, crazy work. Here. Yo, CAW, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, CAW. Please, 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 please show some love to CAW down below in the chat for the 50, who says, last tried to get a read. NPR has viewed multiple angles. She was trying to get away from aggressive ICE agent about to yank her out of the car. The officer who shot her then steps back and fires as a car crashes into the pole. Self-defense? Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not self-defense. It is insane to argue that it is. Thank you for the $50 CAW. I'd also like to thank Aria for the 5. And then before we thank the other donors, let's make sure that Jacob's a Trump supporter. Hello, Jacob. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Dean, you're a stupid nigger.
All right. Well, thank you so much once again for proving that you have a lot of good reason to leave the Trump cult. Yeah, like, what is that? Third Trump supporter of the day? So if you don't want to, like, side with the racists, then don't side with Trump. It's very easy, you know? Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
Puberty. 2003 or 2007.
You are super bad at math, sir. Moving on to the next guest. We got Narvan loading up in here. Also, Herbie, thank you for the 6 pounds. I appreciate that.
Oh, bro. So how dare you?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a supporter of Trump, yes.
How old are you?
Indeed. I'm 18 or something. Yeah, but
You
listen,
don't know your age?
Listen. You are insulting somebody who was sacrificing their way to heaven for you. That's what you're doing, bro. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, no clue what he's yapping about. Whatever. Moving on to the next guest, we got Kizzy loaded up in the box. Yo, real quick, thank you so much, DK. I really appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, hey, caller, do you think there are criminals in states around you? Do you think that some of the people that cross into your state lines could be criminals? Should we stop all interstate travel? Yeah, no, really good question. I think that we should stop all interstate travel because they could potentially be criminals. Thank you for the $20 and the truth nuke, DK. Hello, do you support Trump? Okay, looks like they're just screaming into the mic for no reason. Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, please. Couple other people I'd like to thank here. We're just kind of catching up on YouTube Super Chat. Linda, thank you for the $5. And Catherine, thank you for the 10, who says, I cannot understand how people choose to stay ignorant and choose to support Trump after everything he's done. I don't know either. And then Glacia, thank you for the $20, who says, after slowly watching my parents descend into MAGA today, it's become almost therapeutic to listen to your debates. Thank you for what you do, sir. Well, Glacia, thank you for your kindness, and thank you for the $20 donation. And I get it. My parents are also MAGA. It is hard. Anthony, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, it is absolutely horrible what happened today. Everyone who voted for Trump contributed to this woman's death. As a teen living in a MAGA town, your voice gives me a lot of hope, especially during times like these. Well, I'm happy that this stream brings you some hope. I'm happy. That makes me happy. That puts a smile on my face. Hello, do you support Trump, Hunter?
I did vote for Trump. How you doing today, Dean?
I'm doing all right. Do you still support him today?
Well, that's what I wanted to get on and ask you. I'm not going to waste your time. You seem, intelligent. Obviously, you do your homework. So I give you applaud for speaking some factual stuff. But there was a couple things that you said earlier. I just happened to come across your live today that, I just wanted to ask your opinion on it. So I did see the video of this lady, getting shot. I seen part of it today. Didn't see much, but do you, I just want to know your opinion. Do you not think that there's fault maybe on both sides of the fence here? And when I say that, it's because I don't understand why somebody just wouldn't stop and obey, direct orders and escalate things. But on the other side, I think that it was very aggressive, to shoot someone and take their life.
Jesus Christ. If I own my yard and somebody is walking across my yard and I walk out and shoot them in the fucking face with a semi-automatic AR-15, would you be a fence sitter in that scenario too? Would you say, well, I could see fault on both sides? They kind of walked in his yard. There was a no trespassing sign. But, I mean, he kind of did pull out the AR and kill them. Or would you say, like, fuck, okay, I understand. Like, okay, maybe if there's a no trespassing sign, you shouldn't walk through their yard. But goddamn, that definitely doesn't justify for them to be publicly executed in broad daylight.
If they were only walking across my yard, I would think that it would be extremely egregious to take someone's life and shoot them.
Right. Just like even if she was disobeying their orders, okay, it would be extremely egregious to turn around and murder her. You as a law enforcement officer, you can't kill someone for disobeying a lawful order. But then even that's questionable. Because, like, what were the lawful orders? She was getting conflicting statements from the different ICE agents there. One was telling her to move. The other was telling her to go. The other was telling her to get out of the car. But, I mean, just, like, assuming, right, the worst possible scenario, they gave a lawful order to her to get out of the car. She was legally obligated to, and she broke that lawful order by attempting to flee. That doesn't make her murder any better.
Nope, I'm not saying that it does. That's why I said I only caught part of it. I seen him give her a lawful order. I just, was kind of wondering how you viewed all that. Another question, if you don't mind me asking you, is remember when the last gentleman who ran away from you said about, who would you vote for, Hitler or Trump? And you
Yeah.
were like, if I had a gun pointed to my head, I'd vote for Trump, obviously. I'm just wondering, if some people in America feel like, that's possibly the scenario that they get stuck in, is that they don't really like either candidate and they're trying to pick, what they think is the better one.
Well, I mean, that's what I did. I don't think that Kamala Harris was perfect. She was pro-Israel. I really did like her other policy, though. I really did. I was a big fan of her other policy. But, like, at the end of the day, right, I didn't vote for the perfect candidate. I just voted for the better of the two candidates. All right? But, like, making this juxtaposition, arguing that one scenario where we could all agree Donald Trump would be the better candidate is win compared to Hitler, I think kind of just goes to show how bad of a candidate he truly is.
Nah, I'll be honest with you. I don't agree with, either side of the fence. I think, that political figures tend to, just say what they want to their people on both sides of the fence and that they don't, really work for any of us. It doesn't matter which side you're on. There's disagreements with both sides.
I appreciate you for coming up here and asking questions, man. We are just looking for Trump supporters, so I'm going to move on to the next guest. But good questions, good questions. Moving on right now, y'all. We got our next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. By the way, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, and you would like to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pinned message on YouTube. And I appreciate everyone so much for the support. That support includes Abby with $5 over on Venmo, who says, do you think people would care so much if it wasn't a white woman? I didn't even know that Renee was white. So, I mean, I think that we would see like the same level of care right now. Because up until this point, I don't really think anyone knew she was a white woman. Like, in fact, I'm just now learning that. And I hope that we'd see the same level of care. But I think just until now, we've kind of been under a veil of ignorance insofar as what her race was. David, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says Nick Shirley is also responsible for her death in the MPLS. Who says Gnome added more than 2K ICE agents because of his fake Somali story. If he didn't lie, there wouldn't have been as much, and this may never have happened. Yeah, dude, fuck Nick Shirley, dude. Thank you for the $10. As well as Kelly, thank you so much for the $25, who says thank you for calling out the bullshit. Fuck ICE and fuck Trump. Fuck ICE, fuck Trump. Thank you for the $25. You're a goddamn icon. Megan, thank you for the $10, who says fuck ICE. Casey with the $5 says fuck ICE and also adds that it's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Casey. Then Nick, thank you for the $10 as well, who says I'm a new fan and really enjoying your life and Barker's life. That's awesome, dude. And then Ben, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ben. Oscar with the $11 and the 11 cents. I appreciate you for that love, Oscar. Adriana with the 50 cents. Then Kamani, thank you for the $25, who says I'm in shock about the way our government is responding to today's events. I also can't believe that these people huff and puff about, quote unquote, taking care of undocumented immigrants and championing, quote unquote, building up an entire sovereign country. I appreciate you for the $25, Kamani. You were awesome. Jamie, thank you for the 5. Logan, thank you for the 5. Samantha, thank you for the 5. And then, yo, Atlas, thank you for the $40 over on fucking Venmo. Dude, Alice, man, you're a champ. Atlas, thank you so much. Atlas literally just attached a little smiley face to their donation. Thank you, Atlas. Huge shout out to you. Also, huge shout out to Deanna for the $20, who called the guest before last an idiot, saying if he ever wonders why women want nothing to do with him, supporting rapists is not sexy. Thank you for the facts and the $20, Deanna. Lily, thank you for the $10, and thank you for all you do. Thank you so much, Lily. And then Michael, oh my God, thank you. Thank you so much for the $80, bro. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. I want to see 800 Michael W's down below in that chat. Michael, you've been so kind to me and Santana and Parker lately. I'm so appreciative for what you do. Who says, as a black man, constantly hearing these MAGA MFs come up onto your life and randomly dropping the N-word is so triggering. You're strong as hell, Dean, because I couldn't do it. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry that you have to hear that, Michael. It's terrible. It truly is. Thank you for the $80. And then Deanna, thank you for another 20. And Casey with the 20. Let's get 200 Casey and 200 Deanna W's. Casey says, quote unquote, the limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. Thank you, Dean, for paving a path in your work and speaking loudly. Rip, Renee, Nicole, good. May your death not be in vain. Fuck MAGA. Thank you for the $20, Casey. Rip Renee. And then Deanna with a $20 says, if hyper-aggressive mass neo-Nazi lunatics were aggressively trying to illegally and violently pull me out of my car, I would be terrified and would try to flee as well. Common sense. Thank you for the $20, Deanna. Shauna, thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, please start pointing out the fact that men flown to CCOT were sexually assaulted, grape sodomized. Shauna, what report is that coming from? I'm not saying it's true because I actually totally believe it's true. I haven't seen that report. Jesus Christ, I must be living under a rock here. Thank you for letting me know. Then Kaylee, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Then Selena, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Selena. Selena, I just read your message. I'm going to keep it to myself because of its sensitive nature. I'm sorry that happened to you, and I really do hope that the lives help you out. Thank you for the $32, Selena. You're an icon, and I'm really sorry that you went through that. Show some love to Selena. As well as Emily, thank you for the $15, who says, that clip just made me start sobbing, of course, referencing the clip of the doctor being denied access to the scene. Yeah, that's terrible. I had to turn it off prematurely. Then Jose, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, hey, man, what you do is awesome. Thank you, Jose. Morgan, thank you for the 5. Thomas with the $10. And then Maddox with a 1. And then over on Super Chat, one more I'd like to thank. Here's Raven. Thank you for the $14, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for teaching me more about the American government than I'd ever learned in school. Of course, I'm really happy that you learned something. And then Ki, thank you for the 200 Denmarkian dollars. I'm sure that's not what they're called, but that's what I'm going to call them. Who says, I'm really sorry to hear about what has happened. It is absolutely disgusting. I cannot believe that people actually believe Trump's lies. Honestly, dude, I will say, I haven't really heard from any Trump supporters that are buying the lie that it was self-defense. I think that we're more so seeing people acknowledge that it was not self-defense and then just still support Trump nonetheless. Keaton, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
I'm 19.
Okay, your mic is very strongly muffled, my friend. Is there anything you can do?
I know.
about that
I
for me?
dropped my phone in a bucket of oil the other day.
Oh. Yeah, that's terrible. Listen, we're going to try our best here. All
right.
We're going to try our best. If the mic is too bad, I may end up disconnecting you, but we'll see. Yeah, why do you literally support the worst president of your life that doesn't care about you? Like, if you were in that car today, he would have called you a radical left lunatic, just like he called her. He would have said that it was in self-defense, just like he said about the ICE agent. And I think that should really prove that he just doesn't care about you. Because honestly, has anyone noticed that? We don't know Renee's political affiliation. Renee could have voted for Trump. Okay? And he's still out there swinging, saying that he just doesn't care. This is a radical left lunatic filled with violence and hate, and it was self-defense. He doesn't care about you.
So I'm not saying politics has anything to do behind what she believed in, what happened. I do agree she shouldn't have pulled off. I don't think that shooting her point blank was really the right thing to do there.
Yeah, I'm happy that you don't think murder is
the
the right thing to do there. That's good.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that, right? I mean, there was other measures that could have happened,
Right. Yeah. There was other things that the ICE agents could have done outside of literally murdering her. That's true.
I mean, yeah, that's one thing we all could agree on. That's pretty obvious. My main thing with Trump is, gas prices, which that is a very, very crazy thing. There's a million things that can factor into that.
Fucking gas prices, bro. The national average has gone down by 2 cents. So because you're saving 2 cents at the pump for every gallon, you're just like totally willing to permit a couple people getting murdered, a couple people getting illegally deported to CCOT where they're raped, tortured, imprisoned, and starved.
Well, it's $1.70.
10 million people losing health insurance, 45 million Americans paying higher premiums for their insurance. Dude, shut the fuck up. And I'm sorry if that's direct confrontational or mean. It's just me being honest.
I mean, another thing to go into is gun control. I believe that, honestly, in my opinion, the government is no good, no matter where you are. All politicians there's something hiding. Not everyone is perfect.
Did you just stop talking?
I didn't know if I got disconnected or what just happened. Like everything just went silent.
No, it's because I wasn't talking because I was listening to you.
No, my thing is just gun control. I believe that, nothing should be.
Oh, so if Donald Trump celebrates murder, he's chill. But if Donald Trump takes away your guns, he's not chill. Well, I mean, unfortunately, from your perspective, in his first term, he passed a bump stock ban. SCOTUS ruled that is unconstitutional, so he actually has infringed on the Second Amendment. Not to mention that he's currently purporting a grave threat to the Second Amendment because he's directed his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for all law-abiding trans-American citizens. So blatantly anti-constitution, anti-2A that even the far-right NRA has publicly spoken out against him. And it's not like he cares about the Constitution. He's literally called for its termination in totality before, launched an attack on the 14th, 10th, 22nd, Second and First and Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You're way more educated in this than I am. I mean, this isn't really a debate. So you have a blessed day, Dean.
You too, dude. I hope that goes to give you reason to change your mind. Okay, I really does. I really hope it does. So we're gonna move on to the next guest, Candace, right now. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Yo, Atlas, thank you so much for another $50 over on Venmo. Thank you, Alice. Dude, that is so incredible. Sorry, not Alice, Atlas. Thank you, Atlas. Thank you. Oh, then also Parker's in the queue. Wait, no, he left the queue. I'm gonna invite him. I just sent you an invite. I'd love for you to come up here, man. Atlas, seriously, thank you so very much for another $50 over on Venmo. I'm incredibly grateful for you. Thank you for you and your support. You've been so kind to me over the last couple of days. Huge, 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 huge shout out to Atlas down below in that comment section for the big 50. As well as L'Oreal, thank you for the $2 on Venmo saying fuck ice. Ronnie, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo saying fuck ice. Sophie, thank you for the $10 who says, Dean, we love you. Thank you for educating us and everyone else. Well, thank you, Sophie, for the $10. And then Alan, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo who says, in regards to the ICE murder today, the officer created that situation by standing... Child, goodbye. In reference to the ICE murder today, the officer created that situation by standing in front of the car. Many LE training teachers do not teach officers to not create events that would cause them to need to defend themselves, because if they cause that event, self-defense does not apply. Wow, I didn't even know that. So even if we were to grant that he was like genuinely in a position of peril, an immediate potential harm to his life, because he caused that event to be the case by standing in front of her car, self-defense still wouldn't apply. That's kind of crazy. Well, we just got a permanent restriction on the live for misinfo. No reason given.
What? Dude, as soon as I joined, I think it was just me existing.
It's all you. It's all you, Parker.
Yeah, it's literally just my existence. My existence is equivalent to misinformation. I literally, I sent a request and it, was glitched and I had to, go out of the live just to be able to send it.
Well, it will go away in 10 minutes. They usually last 10 minutes. How you doing today, Parker?
Doing all right. Doing all right. Honestly, it's fucking crazy. Waking up to what I woke up today. Like that's just, honestly the video. Seeing the video.
I love you, Dean.
It's absolutely.
You want to get widow? You want to get widow?
Go ahead, Parker.
I said it's. I was gonna say like it's absolutely sickening. Like it's. I can't believe literally the first thing I scroll into is people on Twitter trying to defend it. It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, man. You know, I had to turn a clip off that I was listening to earlier. You know, just of a ICE agent denying like a doctor to check her pulse. What I will say here.
Oh my god, I saw that one.
Is like, dude, honestly, for the most part, the Trump supporters on the live haven't been defending it, which like I appreciate that. I really don't appreciate that they still support Trump after this, but I appreciate that at the bare minimum, it seems like a vast majority of Trump supporters aren't defending that it was self-defense, which is a step in the right direction. Because now that we're on that first basis of recognizing it's not self-defense, now we just need to get to that conclusion. This is why you shouldn't support Trump, because he said as it is. Hello, Austin. Do you support Trump? Okay, Austin's not here. Moving on to the next guess. Okay, dude, somebody in the chat just said BLM destroyed cities. Let's assume that's true. Don't support Trump or BLM. Even if we assume, right, the suggested premise to be the case, this doesn't imply that you support Trump. Holy cow, mental gymnastics, my friends. Moving on to the next guest, Corey. Here we are. As well as Wendy. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Wendy, you're the goddamn goat. Thank you for the $50, my friend. It's good seeing you as always. You are always hanging out with us for the day. And oh my God, Noodles! Thank you so much for the $200 over on Super Chat. Literally came through right as I was thanking Wendy. I want to see 2,000 Noodle W's and 500 Wendy W's. Noodles message with a $200 Super Chat. Like, just holy fuck, you guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Says, as an immigrant, I fear for my family. That is why we need to vote for Democrats at the midterms. That is the most tangible and nearest thing we can do to improve the material conditions of Americans. That is an imperative. I want to see the largest voter turnout of my goddamn life come the midterms. We need it. We absolutely need it. That blue wave needs to be strong, imminent, and unfucking forgiving to all of the terrible, insidious, and heinous things Donald Trump has either done himself or allowed, enabled, and emboldened other people to do, almost on his behalf. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as, thank you so much, Kay, for the $25 over on YouTube. He says, hello again, could you send this to Parker? Yeah, sure, why not? Thank you so much for sending $25 to Mr. Parker, Kay. That's incredibly kind of you. Welcome in, Corey. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, how old are you and are you driving?
Yeah, I'm in my truck right now.
Are you driving in the truck?
No, I'm not. I'm parked right now.
Okay, could you disconnect us from your truck's Bluetooth so we could hear you a little bit more clear?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you like a billion times better. Yeah, let me just thank another 4 people, then I'll pass you that mic. Sophie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Over on PayPal, just a couple people to thank here. Thank you so much for the $3, Caitlin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And then Sophie, thank you for the $12. She says, today is tragic. She was a mother of 3, had a wife, and was a loving citizen. It's so tragic. Thank you for keeping us distracted during this time. Oh, damn, dude. Yeah. Today is tragic. Thank you for the $13, Sophie. Cooper, I appreciate you for the $6 saying love from Wisconsin. And then Keely and Maria, I appreciate you so much both for the $10. Who says, Keely says, I just wanted to support you. I appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you, Keely. Then Maria says, as a Danish person, it is insane that people voted for Trump. Absolutely fucking ludicrous. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell me and Parker why you support Trump, even though he's okay with murder.
Okay, so the murder thing, I'm not saying that he's okay with it. Obviously, killing somebody is wrong. But, I mean, put yourself in the ICE agent's shoes, right? Obviously, ICE, I feel like there's some good and bad with them, obviously.
Yeah.
put yourself in your
Okay.
shoes, all right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
in front of this
I'll do
car,
this. I'll put myself in the ice
and
agent
you're
shoes.
about to
What's
get
not?
ran over. Okay, you're
Oh,
about to get ran over,
I have a
right?
question.
How are you gonna defend that?
This is a still shot from the moment he fired his first bullet. How is he about to get ran over?
There's other angles that show him like in different area.
No,
This is the Fox News angle.
What they show is him standing in front of the car, then being bumped by the top left bumper, while the driver is trying to go away. But by the time he had his gun out and fired those 3 shots into her head and murdered her, he was no longer in any position of peril/harm's way. My evidence is the screenshot you are looking at on your phone screen. So please answer my question. It is important. The moment he pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger and killed her, was he in harm's way?
Not at that time, no.
So you are now agreeing that the moment he pulled the trigger 3 times and murdered her, he was not in harm's way.
Yeah. But
it is
I feel
absolutely
like, why would you,
indefensible to murder somebody by shooting them in the head 3 times when you're not in harm's way. If you want to defend that premise,
why blame Trump, though?
You are a sad, sick piece of shit. And what am I blaming Trump for? I'm blaming Trump for defending
why are you blaming
him.
Trump?
I'm blaming Trump for saying that we should stand with him. I'm blaming Trump for saying it's glory that he's alive. I'm blaming Trump, okay, for saying that it's self-defense. I'm blaming Trump for turning around and saying, well, what causes this is the radical, crazy, hateful, violent leftists, like the person who's driving that car was shot 3 times and murdered. And I'm blaming Trump for helping to create the environment where these things are to be permitted.
Okay, but how would you feel if your family, like I'm talking from experience, right? How would you feel if your family is from America, right, born and raised, and they get raped and killed by someone from Mexico illegally not here?
You understand this person was a U.S. citizen, right?
What the fuck? Wait, you're trying to blame...
What are you talking about?
Wait, I'm so sorry. What is this sad attempt, Corey? So you're saying that because, we could probably identify a couple undocumented immigrants that have raped and murdered American citizens, therefore it's okay for ICE to execute American citizens in broad daylight. I honestly think that this is a really telling point that you're making here because it demonstrates your baseless hypocrisy and very selective empathy. When a citizen is raped and killed by an undocumented immigrant, you want to treat it as a national headline for the rest of your days. But when a citizen is executed in broad daylight, not by an undocumented immigrant, but rather by an ICE agent, you say, well, let's see it from his perspective. You are, A, legitimizing murder. B, you're engaging in selective empathy, which shows you don't care about the victim. You only care about who makes them a victim. Because if they're not a citizen and brown, send them to hell. If they are a citizen and white, they're an ICE agent. Well, let's see it from their perspective. I have a question. I have a really good question. Let me know when you're ready.
Wait, can I ask you my question first?
No, I want to ask this one first. Why do black and brown people have to prove their innocence, yet like white ICE agents, we have to prove their guilt 4 times over because you cover your eyes and close your ears when we try the first 3?
Honestly, I can't answer that. That's a good point. I'm not gonna lie.
And I'm happy you reacted that way.
But what would you like? Would it be different if it was a cop, not an ICE agent in that situation? Like, would your reaction be different right now if it was a cop or not an ICE agent?
No, are you kidding me?
They're basically the same person, right?
There's differences between ICE agents and cops, but no, my reaction would not be different in the slightest.
Okay. And do you think it's right or wrong that Trump took the dictator from Venezuela?
Before we talk about Venezuela, I want you to finish giving us your thoughts on that first topic.
Well, I'm done with that topic.
Oh, well, guess what? We aren't. The world's not. America's not. The people aren't. Okay? And we shouldn't be done with that topic. Renee is not just a talking point for 3 seconds where you then move on once you realize it's an indefensible position to stand behind Trump. Renee was a mother of 3 children who was brutally murdered in broad daylight less than 12 hours ago by an ICE agent who then Donald Trump turned around and labeled as someone who we should stand behind because they were engaged in self-defense.
Okay, but why would she just drive away for no reason? She should have just stopped and just let them do their thing. Like
Okay.
she kind of made it a bigger deal.
Are you saying that she deserved to be killed because of the fact that she tried to
I'm
flee?
not saying no one deserves to be killed. No one deserves.
So then why are you arguing that?
I'm saying she made it a bigger deal driving away.
And by the way, to
than if
clarify,
she would've
like
stayed there and listened to them.
to clarify, like she literally did try to tell them to go past and was waiting prior to that point. If you actually watch the footage,
Where's the footage of that?
yeah, you can watch it all over. It's on Fox News. Even you can see that
Oh,
footage.
it's right here. We'll put it up on the screen because it's right here. It's right here because I want you to see this. I want everyone to see this. Trigger warning. One second. Let me go to the settings. The car in blue, that is Renee's vehicle. And then the sedan going around maybe looks like the vehicle of the individuals who are being chased by ICE.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking god! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking... What the fuck did you do? You are a fucking criminal!
Can't watch anymore. So yeah, there's the video.
Okay, so what I just saw there, right? The ICE agents walk up to her, right? Obviously, they look a little hostile, right? But she decides to back up, drive forward, and try driving away. And try almost, okay. Even if her intent wasn't hitting the officer, she did almost hit him. And I feel like that is threatening his life.
One moment.
But she does not deserve to die, obviously.
To the viewers on YouTube, I'm sorry that I didn't also play the video over there. I could only play it on one platform at a time. And honestly, I don't really want to replay it. It's just a little bit hard to watch. If you want to watch the video, it's available through every major publication. So you're saying now that she was threatening their life, okay? Here's a still image from the moment the officer pulled out his firearm and fired the first shot. Is his life threatened?
Before it was, I believe so.
Not what I asked you. No. 1 second. Let me be very specific about this. Not what I asked you. The moment he pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger, was his life threatened?
At that moment, no. But that's just a picture, though. You gotta take into account the whole video. You gotta take into account everything.
What am I failing to take into account from the video?
Picture.
What am I failing to take into account from the video?
We just watched it.
The part where he almost ran over the officer.
No, I don't think that Renee almost ran over the officer. What I think happened, right, is that he was standing in front of the left edge of the driver's side bumper. And while he was standing in front of the left edge of the driver's side bumper, Renee then turned her wheels to the right to move away from all 3 officers. His thigh was then bumped by that bumper while the car's moving away from him, and he's moving away from the car because he's jumping off to the side. And then at that point, once the car is moving the opposite direction he is, he then pulls out his gun to shoot her in the head. And by the way, this is furthered by the fact that in order for him to land all 3 shots in her head, he had to chase the car. He had to chase it.
Okay, but did you...
Listen, he had to chase the
did
car.
Did you see where the first bullet
One
hit?
second. Well, watch this.
No! No! Shame!
First shot went off. He's to the side of the vehicle.
Yeah, right after he got hit.
Second
Right
shot.
after he got
Second
hit.
shots go off. He's to the side of the vehicle, and then the trajectory of the vehicle is then continuing, and then it lands in a pole. And by the way, in accordance with DHS policy, they're not even allowed to fire at moving vehicles.
I feel like the first shot was justified, but the ones after that were not justified. That's my opinion on it.
Why was the first shot justified?
Freeze frame on the first shot. Freeze frame on the first shot. At what risk was
The first
were
shot,
they
you
at?
can see on the
by the way,
pictures that it
let
hits
me-
the front of the window.
Wait, how fast was the car going?
After he got hit, probably pretty fast.
No,
I mean, he got
around the
hit by it, and
time
then he
prior
shot the
to
front
this.
of the window and shot her in
How
the
fast
face.
was the car going?
I mean, I don't have a radar camera.
So let me get this straight. You're
Probably
saying-
3 miles an hour.
Let me just get this straight. So you're saying the shot pictured in the image above is justified because prior to the shot being taken place, he was bumped by her front left bumper, going
that's
less than
assault.
5 miles an
No.
hour.
Literally.
But that's still assault. That is still assault.
So that could be litigated into court. If Renee were alive today, okay, there's some possibility that she could have been found guilty for some type of misdemeanor
100%.
battery for that bumper hit. Okay? And let's just assume that she could. That in no sense legally, socially, or morally then justifies the officer turning around and shooting her 3 times in the head.
Dude, Corey, how can you say this? Like, genuinely.
What do you mean? I'm trying to justify both sides. Obviously, they're
What?
both wrong on both parties. 100%
No,
is
wait,
wrong on both parties.
wait. We're evaluating a woman who was murdered. Okay, listen. If I have no
should not have been
trespassing,
murdered, 100%. No one should
if
be.
I have no trespassing signs in front of my house, in front of my lawn, and then some lady decides to cut across my lawn, right, just to get to the other side of my house, and then I walk out there with a 12-gauge shotgun and I take her head off, is your response going to be, oh my God, she was fucking murdered? Or is your response going to be, well, that's trespassing. I want to evaluate it from both sides.
No, that's protecting my family. If she's running across my lawn, driving a car, and she could be threatening my
she's
family or
walking.
people
You're
inside my
fucking
house.
live in a condo. She's just walking across your lawn, you idiot. You're a goddamn man child with no brain, and God, I hope you never reproduce. Shit, honestly, if you're seriously sitting here telling us that if somebody stepped foot on your lawn, you'd take their head off, all right, like you're such a danger to society, Corey. Are you being for real? Are you telling me that you would take somebody's head off for stepping on your lawn? You know that you'd go to jail for prison,
not
right?
what I meant.
You can't kill somebody
That's not what I meant.
for stepping on your lawn. You know that, right? That's
not what I
illegal.
meant. I said if they're driving a car on my lawn and running into my house, that's how I interpreted you said it.
What?
I didn't know you meant walking on my lawn.
Well, that's what I said.
You said that.
Walking across your
Well,
lawn.
obviously, I'm not going to shoot someone walking on my lawn. That's
Oh,
stupid.
but what
That's
I'm
common
asking you,
sense.
I'm not asking you if you'd shoot them for walking across your lawn. I'm saying if you did shoot him for walking across your lawn, somebody else shot somebody for walking across their lawn, would your first thought be, that's fucking murder? Or would your first thought be, well, they were trespassing, let's see it from both sides?
But which ICE agent was trespassing?
Dude,
you don't have a big enough
you
brain to
have
make the
no
connection.
fucking critical thinking
why I'm
skills if
kinda
that's what you
confused
took
with
out
you
of that
guys.
statement.
Because you
Are
don't have any
kidding
critical
me?
thinking skills. Because you have the brain of, like, I was about to say a third grader, but let me tell you a funny story. My grandparents watch my lives sometimes, and in the background, you know, they have a third grader running around, and he actually told me the last time I saw him that he felt very disrespected by the fact that I say he has the same brain as some of my guests. So you don't even have the brain of a third grader.
Well, I mean, I'm making more money than a third grader, so.
What? Who cares? Who gives a shit? It's a third grader, dude. You think what is a third grader gonna do?
Okay, well,
Were you really flexing on a third grader, saying you make more money?
were you just fucking flexing on a kid?
No,
You're
that's
trying to compare a kid to me,
embarrassing.
so.
That is the most embarrassing. I can't believe you just did that.
John, thank you for the DJ. Was he just flexing on a fucking third grader?
He's like, I made more money than this third grader. I'm better.
Chat,
Dude, are
we're
you
all
serious
cooked.
right now?
We're so cooked. We're
Third graders aren't even allowed to work, bro. You make more money than someone who's legally not allowed to work and who's a child who's like 7 to 8 years old.
Congratulations. You make more money than a 9-year-old, you fucking loser. God.
I'm a loser?
Yes.
Can we change the topic now? Can we go to the Venezuela stuff?
God.
Dude, I don't even think you are like sentient. Like genuinely, how could we have that conversation with you? You genuinely, are you serious?
Dude, that has to be like top 10 most like honestly
unhinged statements.
Terrible, like, dude. Oh my God, embarrassing things anyone's ever said. That's the right word. Here, let me thank a couple people here real quick. Yo, Macon, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. That is MAICON. Thank you for the $50. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 500 Macon W's over on Venmo. Who says, my mom only has a work permit and I'm scared for her. Thank you for all that you do. I also just wanted to bring to attention that 7K nurses are set to strike in NYC on Monday. All these different healthcare providers don't want to give us healthcare. Well, I appreciate you for the $50. And yeah, I'll bring that to the attention of everyone watching. NYC strike on Monday, January the 12th, for nurses. So if you're around, you should go join them. Thank you for the $50, Macon. And then Lore, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. That is LAUR. Lore with a big 40 says, this is my first time listening to the live. Thank you for all that you do. Well, welcome to the Dream Team, Dream.
You forgot
Dean?
the Dean Team Dream Team.
Yes, welcome to the Dean Team Dream Team Lore. Thank you for the $40.
What?
That is very kind of you. As well as Lila, thank you for the $10, who says another one because you deserve it. Oh, thank you so much, Lila. Then Adon, thank you for the $1. Kat, thank you for the 5. Madeline, thank you for the 1. Corazon with the 1. Evan with the 1. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20, who says, read this out loud, please. I want my voice to be heard. Today would have been a year since my rapist died. He was my father. A part of me is hurting me ever because of that. I was 4 years old up until I was 16. I'm now 19. It's possible to heal, even as it hurts everyone. You know what, Jessica? I appreciate you for sharing that with us. I think that it is important for the testimony of many victims on this live stream to be heard, especially considering the types of guests that we have up and the things that they'll say about sexual violence. I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I'm happy that you're on a pathway to healing. Thank you for the $20, Jessica. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Make sure to show some love to Brandon as well, who says, I hope that one day in my lifetime, I'll get the opportunity to cast my ballot for Withers/Parker. Keep grinding. Maybe one day. I don't know, man. Maybe it'll happen. Thank you,
Can you imagine?
for the $30, my friend. That'd be crazy. I feel like we'd kill it. Ben, thank you for the $10.
Peen for president.
Peen for president would go crazy, bro. As well as Maddie, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, hey, Dean, I've been watching for a little over a year now. I was wondering if it would be possible for you to do some informational lives, as in viewers can come up and ask questions on different topics. Yeah, I keep on wanting to run a Q&A, but just like every day we just have like insidious breaking news that I want to debate. So as soon as we have a calm day, I'll probably do that. Thank you for the $25, Maddie. Then Bayron, thank you for the $25 as well. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, coming from parents who came into this country not knowing a single darn thing about the language or the people, still found a better life here, and it sickens me that people who label all immigrants as criminals don't really know the struggle of starting from quite literally zero. Absolutely, Bayron. It especially pisses me off for like unaccompanied minors. There's people that are undocumented immigrants that came into this country as an unaccompanied minor. According to them, they're just a terrible criminal. Thank you for the $25, Bayron. As well as Ronnie, thank you for the 5. Crystal, thank you for the 5. And then Ben, thank you for another 10, who says you are not justifying both sides. You are redistributing blame to make the unjustifiable seem tolerable. Good fucking point, Ben. God, you're such a smart guy. Such a smart guy. As well as Jenny, thank you for the 2. Sam with a 1. Ben with another 10. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Ben, who says both sides. One side ran, the other side killed her. What are we balancing here? Dead ass. Lori, thank you for the $20. Who says ICE agents aren't allowed to make traffic stops unless they suspect an undocumented immigrant. They know right to walk up on our car in the first place. We love you, Dean and Parker, in our home. Thank you for the $20, Lori. And you're absolutely right, because they're not just a domestic law enforcement agency. Their specific role is the detention and deportation of undocumented immigrants. Thank you for the $20, Lori. Aaron, thank you for the $10, who says, I wonder if I wonder if it was 2 civilians involved or ICE in the car, if they would still be claiming self-defense. These justifications are just insane. 2 civilians involved with ICE in the car? Is that what you mean? Thank you for the $10, Aaron. Colleen with a 5. Then Linda, thank you for the $25, who says, here's $25 just for some love. Thank you so much for the love, Linda. Let's get 250 Linda W's and 500 Michael W's for the $50, who says, here's another donation. Started crying hearing this guest try and justify that murderous ICE agent. Tell Parker I love and appreciate him. Michael loves and appreciates you, Parker. And yeah, that's just terrible. Thank you so much for the $5. I genuinely really appreciate it. And then Maggie, thank you for the $5 as well. Delaney with a 4. Then Bridger with a 20, who says, keep up the good fight. Thank you so much, Bridger. Then Allie with a 5. Dude, you guys are going absolutely crazy today. Seriously, I appreciate y'all all for the love. Let's see if we have anyone else here. I think that we have just a couple people on PayPal, then we'll hop into the debate. Anna, thank you so much for the $10, who says what I said earlier. DHS policy doesn't allow shooting at vehicles, even if the person is fleeing. Yep. Danesso, thank you for the $5. Jeffrey, thank you for the 5. Then Keenan, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo from Key. Yo, show some love to Key down below in that chat, who says, so you make more money than the caller. I make more money than you. And Kathy, thank you for the $100. Kathy, holy hell, it's good to see you. I hope that you've been doing well. All the love in the world. Kathy with $100 says, thanks for roasting. Thank you for what you do. Kathy, thank you for your support. Thank you for tuning in. You're always here, and we all love you. And then Danielle, thank you so much for the $25, who says, sick of these boys who come up here to one of 2 cases by essay of an immigrant instead of the rape culture that they live and breathe. Yes. Thank you for the $25 and dropping the truth nuke, Danielle, as well as Shannon with the $22, who said she had a car seat full of children things and toys like teddy bears. There's pictures. Love you, Dean. Thank you for everything you do as always, because she has 3 kids. Thank you for the $22. Sophie, thank you for the $12. Maria, thank you for the 10. Keely, thank you for the 10. Cooper and Elizabeth, thank you for the 6 and for the 5. And Jose, thank you for the $5. And it looks like we are all caught up, but they literally just continue to roll in. Thank you guys so much for all the love today. Seriously, so kind. So did you want to debate Corey on Venezuela, Parker? What were you thinking?
It's up to you.
I don't know, man. He's pretty stupid. How about, I don't know. If you answer this question right, we'll keep you up here. How many continents are there?
24.
Yeah. Jeez.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Yikes. Yikes, dude. Okay, moving on to the next guess.
That was crazy.
Boy, dude, I gave him such a softball too, man. That was
insane.
Such a softball, bro.
24? I don't even did he say the first number that came into his head? Like
he had to. He had to have just said like
there?
the first number that came to his head. Oof, dude. LO, do you support Trump?
I had a feeling we should have been sure of that.
Bam Bam, are you here?
4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, Bam Bam's not here. I'm gonna go to kick you. Move on to the next guest, Christina. Sorry, your name's not Christina. Hello, do you support Trump, Chandra?
No, I don't actually.
Awesome, based. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Sorry for calling you Christina. Sorry, I had a mental brain fart. So, moving on to the next guest, we got G loaded up, and guys, just looking for Trump supporters. Only joining that queue of your MAGA. I'd really appreciate it. Hello. Hello, no name. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest. Holy cow. Dang, they're making this hard. There's just no Trump supporters. Hello, do you support Trump?
You're the GOAT.
Hey, man, appreciate you for that love. Yeah, feel free to try to help me get Trump supporters up in here.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Garrett, you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Could you get a whole lot closer to your mic?
18.
Lindsay, I don't trust you. Hello, Lindsay. Do you support Trump?
Always, bro.
Okay, how old are you?
26.
Are you Lindsay?
Yeah, bro.
Okay,
Look, bro,
Lindsay.
I'm gonna just say the lady, bro, she deserved to die, bro. That was ice, bro. She deserved to be murdered, bro.
Why so?
Bro, did you not see the clip? Like that officer had every right to end her life.
And why is that?
She was stopping the ICE agents from trying to arrest migrants, bro.
Let's assume that she was. Why does that justify murder?
Why does it justify murder? Because she's stopping law enforcement from doing their job.
Yeah, but why does that justify murder? Assuming
You know,
that
why
she
is
was,
it-
which by the way she wasn't, because the video clearly shows her car being in that position prior to the ICE truck rolling up, and then when the ICE truck did roll up, she signaled them around her. So she wasn't. But even if, right, she did impede upon their official duties, why would that justify her death?
Bro, like I said, she was stopping ICE, bro, from doing their job.
I mean, I just disproved that, okay? But assuming that she was impeding upon their official duties, the question isn't to repeat yourself, but rather to explain yourself. Why would that justify murder?
Why would that justify murder?
Yeah.
She should have just stopped, bro. She should have stopped her car
So you're
right
just
then and
not
there.
answering my question.
I guess I know that she's panicking.
Well, so if I were to
I am
go,
answering your
if
question,
I
bro.
were to go to
I
a
get
bar,
that.
then I would get murdered at that bar. The fact that I shouldn't have gone to the bar wouldn't justify my murder. So, I have another question. How many continents are there?
There are 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
how
my
many
God.
branches? How many branches of government are there?
3.
Okay, what are they?
Judicial, executive, and legislation.
Legislation. It's legislative. Okay, and how many amendments are there to the Constitution?
I have no clue.
All right. And what's the what's the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
Could you repeat that again?
What's the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
Is it Celsius?
Yes, the freezing point in Fahrenheit is Celsius. So the reason why I asked him those questions is because I just want y'all to see how detrimental indoctrinated idiots are to this country. I believe that he believed every word that he said. I don't think that he's a rage-baiting troll. I think that he's being honest about how he felt. This is why putting a preface of importance onto critical thought is just about as important as it can get. Okay? Like the lack of cognitive function and critical thought in our society is a national emergency that needs to be addressed. Because if we don't address it, then we're going to continue to have a base level of cult supporters of Trump's, okay, prop up and defend things like what we saw today, heinous murder. So that's exactly why I do what I do. Down to the T. Precisely why I do it. Kale, Keil, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Yeah, my thoughts are is that your dad's wrong. Thank you so much for the $20. I'd also like to thank real quick Sleepy Spider with a 20 who says thank you for being the common sense in this fucked up world. You really remind me of the good in the world as a young queer lady. This is such a scary time and you give me so much help. Oh, thank you so much, Sleepy Spider. Show some love to Spider down below in that chat while we start gearing up for this next debate. Hello, do you support Trump, Jeffrey?
Yes, he's peak.
Trump is pink?
What?
Oh, yeah, he's amazing.
What makes you think that?
Where did pink come from?
No, not pink. Peak.
He said peak.
A peak.
He thinks he's like the best.
Okay.
Yes.
Why is that?
Oh, well, I've always respected him. You know, I've always admired him. He's a good man.
You admire a
Why?
rapist?
Be specific.
Yikes.
Whoa, brother. You can't say things like that without proof.
Yeah, my proof
Yeah,
is
we
the
have
ruling of
it.
the court.
What
Yeah,
do
the
you
civil
mean?
court. An entire
Then how-
unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury.
Then how's he not in jail?
Because it was a civil court, not a criminal court because of statute of limitations in New York.
Brother, I don't think you could do that without going to jail.
We just told you why.
Well, I mean, Trump says otherwise, and, you know, I'm pretty sure he knows about his actions.
Wow, the rapist said he didn't rape.
What?
Dude,
I'm sorry.
shocked.
Do you just accept that as an actual argument?
Yeah,
He doesn't need any evidence. He can just claim it, even though we can actually prove in the context of the case that he's lied.
So if
I mean,
he,
I don't think
so
you
I just
can
want to
prove it
clarify.
without evidence.
I just want to
Yes.
clarify.
Video.
Wait, I just want to clarify. If they say they didn't do it, then they didn't do it, right?
Well, I mean, hey, you can't prove that he didn't do it.
No, you're
I
not
mean, that
answering
he
my
did do
question. If they say they didn't do it, then they didn't do it, right? That's your logic?
I mean, I mean, yeah, if they're not a known liar, yeah, it's good to believe them.
Okay.
Trump
so,
is a known liar.
Well, he's a known liar. So therefore, you should
I
believe
mean,
him.
I don't know if he's a known liar.
Yeah, he
Yes,
told
he
over
is.
30,000 confirmed lies in his first term. And by the way, if you think that that's a legitimate argument, if they say they didn't do it, then they didn't do it, regardless of the amount of evidence that exists to demonstrate that they did do it, then we should
Brother.
probably like empty our prisons, right?
So you're saying, bro, with that logic, you're saying that everyone is a liar, bro.
I'm
What?
saying
No, Trump is.
no. What we're saying
mean,
here,
no.
what we're saying
No.
here is that you can't just believe somebody when they say they didn't do it. Like what? Especially when we have a ruling from the
Okay,
court that says they
okay.
did.
You realize
like
if
you're
you
like
say
do you
that
think
we
it's special?
also have a basis.
God, pardon.
brother.
I was going to say we also have a basis to indicate that he lied. Like that's the main point we're saying in this case. He lied in the case. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
Wait,
Well,
Indicating
you
that he
do-
would have sexually abused her either way.
You do realize he's a joking man, right, bro?
Wait.
He likes to tell.
What?
We're not talking about the Howard Stern clip. We're talking about the court. But I just like to clarify.
It's a
so you're saying
deposition.
if Trump says he didn't do it, then Trump didn't do it. So therefore, if 27 credible accusers come forward and say that he did do it, he did do it. Or is it only believe the men and not the women? Because that seems to be the line of dialogue that you're promoting. Where's that same attitude for the survivors? Where's that same attitude for the victims? Where's that same attitude for the accusers? No one knows what happened to them better than them. Oh, wait, they could be lying.
Wait.
Oh, wait, is there any evidence? Oh, wait, I'm going to have to ask you to prove that accusation. Right, that's what I'm expecting you to say. But then as it relates to Trump, even if a court rules he did it because he said he didn't, therefore he didn't. You're a disgrace. You should be ashamed.
Well, if you actually talk to Trump, he would tell you the facts. You know it, and I know it. If you talk to Trump one-on-one, he would tell you the truth and what really happened. But you are a very biased man, and you only listen to what you want to hear. I mean, that's what all Democrats do. It's really pathetic, man. They've gone down the drain heavily since Obama.
The only thing pathetic here is your lack of a counter argument, so you go straight to the personal insults.
That's not personal insults.
That's what people
man.
do
You're
when they don't
biased.
have an argument. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's exactly like. See, you couldn't
Well-
like respond to the basis of the argument which I provided. So you're just like, oh, well, you suck. You're pathetic.
Well, you're literally just
Get a grip.
listening.
Yo,
Hold on,
Bridger,
brother.
thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says keep up the
Brother.
good fight. Thank you so much for the $20, Bridger. Delaney, thank you for the 4. Allie, thank you for the 5. Kelly, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love, Kelly.
My
then
guy.
Patsy, thank you for the $30. Who says what happened today should be a wake up call to everyone. Hopefully justice
This
will
guy,
prevail.
bro.
On God, Patsy, thank you for the $30. Let's show some love to Patsy down below, as
Hey,
well as
Dean,
Marlene
brother.
for the $25. Who says thank you for giving us a platform that is worth
dodging.
listening to.
Stop dodging.
Renee Nicole,
Stop
good could have been my
dodging.
daughter. I really appreciate you so much for the $25, Marlene. Thank you so much. And yeah, what happened today is so sad.
Bro, are you
As well
scared
as
of me, bro?
Billy, thank you so much for the 15. Dude, I'm not scared of some lousy
You are
I'm
definitely.
not scared of some lousy 18-year-old with a mental acuity of a 12-year-old whose only counter argument is that I'm pathetic. Keep it in mind that pathetic's a word you likely couldn't spell. But
You're
anyways,
scared.
seriously, Martiza, also thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. That is Maritza. Thank you so much for the love, Martiza. Seriously, that is so incredibly kind of you. Who says thank you for doing what you do. Thank you so much for the $40, Martiza. And then Ben with the $10 who says what's most revealing about the caller
Yeah,
is the
thank you for
reflexive urge.
donating to a scammer.
How am I a
Yes.
scammer?
I mean, you don't deserve this money, brother.
Oh, how does that make him a scammer, by the way?
Yeah, by the
I
way,
mean,
Venmo,
you-
PayPal to donate in the link tree in my
You've
bio
been
on TikTok.
scamming these kids' brains for years, brother.
Scamming. Wait, so can you define what a scammer is? And do I qualify under this definition too?
That's what you call corruption, brother.
Wait, okay, so you're just gonna stealing just means corruption. What? So can you clarify?
I mean, you're poisoning these kids' brains with all your garbage. So
Okay, so
yeah.
you just disagree with us, and we're saying things that you disagree with.
Well, no,
and
you
that's
don't
why
care about facts, brother.
we
You
do
don't
care about facts.
No.
That's
no.
why we're debating on the
Well,
live
I
stream.
have more
No.
people.
You don't ever use facts.
I have more people to
That's
say.
We've
all
been
I
doing that
know.
the whole time.
No. You haven't been using facts. You've been using accusations.
That's what you did. You literally had no argument.
No.
You just insulted Dean.
You called Trump a pedophile because a woman told you that, oh, he hurt me, but you see no video
we have
evidence.
we have a civil court that unanimously a jury determined that Donald
Oh,
Trump
you're
sexually
talking
abused
about a
Eugene
court.
Carroll.
Wait,
we have
wait,
26 plus
wait.
people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. You believe every
Oh
single
my
one of them
God.
are lying,
Hey,
and
brother,
you
you
believe the
realize
pathological
O.J.
liar is
Wait
telling
one
the
second.
truth.
one second, guest. Real quick. Jay, thank you for the $10 saying here's a donation from an older doc. Stay corrupt. Appreciate you. Angelina, thank you for the 27 Canadian dollars who says scam me more, Dean. I feel so bad how upset he is. By the way, guys, if there's any evidence of what you're saying in the chat, drop it in the Discord in a private ticket, please. Angelina, seriously, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Angelina. Oh, and then Aiden, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo.
Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, Aiden.
Oh, good boy. Thank you for thanking the donors. Very good. George, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, saying scam me harder. MAGA cries with the $2, saying scam me harder. Olivia with a 3. Brian with a 5. Aaron with a $10. F with a $5. She says thank you for your work. Rebecca with a $10. Thank you so much for the love, Rebecca. Anna, thank you so much for the $10 as well. We are scamming all the nerds out of all their money, quite frankly.
Hey, bro, you've been scared of me the whole
Jeff,
debate,
Jeff,
brother.
tell us
You've been scared of me.
what scamming is. Can you define that for us,
I
please?
told you already, you idiots.
No, you didn't.
Corruption.
That's not a definition of scamming.
You don't know what corruption means? Are you a little bit...
I do know
low,
what
brother?
corruption means, but I'm asking you how you're using the term and you're not clarifying.
Brother, oh my God, these Democrats can't understand.
So are we getting
simple
paid by
language.
the DNC, or what is the corruption that you're referencing?
I mean, I don't know where you're getting paid
Oh.
from. You're definitely getting paid to spread lies. I
By
can
who?
guarantee you that.
Who's paying us?
You've been spreading lies about Trump for how long now?
What?
3
Name
or
one
4
lie.
years?
David, thank you for the
You just
$10
called him a
over on Venmo for the
pedophile with
scam.
no video
Amy, thank you so
evidence.
much for the $10 on PayPal, saying 38-year-old grown quote-unquote kid with several degrees scam away. And Caesar, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Oh my God. I want to see 1,000 Caesar W's down below in that comment section. By the way,
Let's
guys,
have a dance party
who
for
says,
the
Dean, I'll be
donors."
honest, I'm 30 and I don't have the linguistic skills to debate as well as you do. Keep up the good work. I love how you shut down these idiots. Caesar, thank you so much. And then Kathy, thank you for the $50 who says another scammer donation. Kick this ASSHOLE. I have a feeling that we will soon, as soon as a Discord ticket is made.
Hey,
Thank
Dean,
you.
hey,
Thank
Dean,
you so much
brother.
for the love. I genuinely really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $50. Oh, and a Discord
Dean,
ticket
brother.
was made. Hi, how old are you?
You talking to me, gang?
Yeah.
19, brother. 2006, March 3rd, my guy. I was born in the peak of ages.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Don't know for sure age, but you follow someone that looks like a 12-year-old, so goodbye, quite frankly.
That was crazy. That was crazy. All right, Dean, I think I'm gonna go start my live real quick.
Cool, man.
Appreciate you letting me on, bro.
I appreciate you for
Oh my
coming
gosh, wait, hold up. Before I go. Hey Phil.
My name? Dude, no. No,
Phil,
no.
I had to say I didn't realize that Phil was gonna come up. Why did you decide to come back up, Phil? Like, he really likes being called Phil. That's why he keeps joining the guest requests. He loves being called Phil. Yes, you do. And I literally.
You don't know what I like, buddy.
Dean, he said if we get a video with 10 million likes that he'd make his government name Phil.
Yes, and nobody likes you bums enough to get you anywhere with not even 1 million likes. You already tried, buddy, and you got 20,000.
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
But it will happen. It will happen. You know, there's gonna be one night where it just randomly pops off. Someone change your government name.
Yo! Cat! Thank you for the lion! Oh my God! Dude! Cat! Holy shit! Thank you! Thank you so much for the love, Cat. That's fucking crazy. That shit right there, that shit's nuts. Thank you so much for the kindness. I genuinely appreciate it so fucking much, Cat. You are crazy in a very good way. Cat, I hope that you are enjoying the stream. I hope that you are enjoying your day. And thank
Nobody
you
enjoys this stuff,
so
by the
much.
way.
We have had close to 25,000 concurrent viewers the whole time I've been live until now. Now we're down to 21,000 concurrent viewers. No one's enjoying the live stream?
No, literally nobody.
Then why are there
You are lost.
25,000 people watching?
You
and
bought
haven't-
your viewers, buddy.
Okay.
I'm not stupid.
Phil, are you a bot?
Dude, you're like
Because you're one of the viewers. Did you know that?
Dude,
So if he bots all the viewers, you must be a
you
bot.
probably have like 600 real viewers in here, and you botted the other 14,000.
Can I go ahead and just demonstrate the absurdity of that claim?
If you want, sure, go, bud.
Because it wouldn't just be that I bought my viewers. It'd be also that I have bought 5 million followers on TikTok. That'd be very expensive. It'd be that I bought comments on the live.
You get send money.
Oh, by who? If everyone's fake.
The DNC sends you money. All these crazy people send you money.
The DNC.
Wait, but now it's people. But I thought you just said we don't actually have people watching. It's just bots.
You have like 600, crazy lunatics who send you hundreds of dollars, and you get thousands of dollars a stream because these psychos are in love with you.
Oh, so people that donate to me are psychos that are in love with me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, well, just real quick, Amanda. I
This is
appreciate
not
you
going to
$3
feel very good.
Saying that you're a
This is not
psycho
gonna
who's in
feel
love
good.
with me. Sky, thank you for the $3. I appreciate you for being a psycho that's in love with me. Ashley with a 1 and Lindy with a 1. I appreciate you guys both for
Nobody
being
sent
psychos
it
that are in
that
love with me.
fast, buddy.
Well, these are
His
actually
bank
ones that
account
have
is
already been
filling.
sent through. Hey, Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Who says wife, mom,
Stop
grandmom,
reading
and
these
teacher here, not a
chats.
kid. We all love your debates. Well, thank you for being a psycho that's in love with me. David with a 10 and Faith with a 10. I appreciate you guys for being psychos that are in love with me.
How do people watch? And
Dude.
can you ban that? That was happening on Parker's live last night too.
Phil,
It's not
LGBTQ+.
funny. It's making. That's not funny.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's not funny.
associated with those.
Dude, Morgan, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo for being a psycho who's in love with me. Turbine, thank you so much for the $10 for being a psycho who's in love with me. Sarah, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Oh my God. Sarah, the $100 says, I'm crazy and psycho, but I'm not in love with you. That's your lovely girlfriend's drop. Sarah, thank you for being a crazy psycho who's in love with me. Thank you for the $100. Show some love to Sarah down below.
Dude,
Veronica, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo saying that the psycho loves you. Emmy with the $1 saying I'm a psycho that's in love with you. Rami, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo for being a psycho that's in love with me. Azuraton, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal for being a psycho that's in love with me. Sky with a 2, Maga with a 3, Ben with the $10, thank you for being a psycho that's in love with me. Jessica, thank you for the $15 saying just to piss Phil off. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh my God, the crazy love psychos are going so crazy.
You're the psycho.
Then
Honestly.
Cassie, thank you so
you're
much
the
for the $15 over on Venmo. Says crazy psycho here.
Oh.
Michael with the $20. He says from one of the crazy psychos that's in love with you. Tell Phil to stop filibustering. Thank you for the $20, Michael. Then Nicolette with the $5.
Dude, you guys are
Yin
so
Yang with the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's see here. Yang, thank you so much for the $10. Car with the $20 from an Aussie psycho's in love with you. Then Linda, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo from the crazy psychos. Thank you for the $25, Linda. Jay, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying another $10. I'm not a psycho, but I do treat them for a living. Dean isn't a psycho, but this is worth every penny just hearing him shout over you. Thank you for being a crazy psycho that's in love with me. Ben, thank you for the $5 saying I love Phil. I Philicking love when Phil is
Are
on.
you still
His
going?
philosophical
Oh my
ignorance is really telling. Is he from Philly? Claire, thank you for the $1. Appreciate you for being a psycho that's in love with me. Heather with the $5 saying here's a psycho that's in love with you. Matthew with the $5 over on PayPal is saying DNC payment. Chantel with the $2 on PayPal. Teresa with the $5.
Yeah.
Nicolette with the $5.
Hey Phil, is that hurting your feelings?
Dude, Parker, you're not funny. You're not, dude. I'm gonna you guys are about to have me using vulgar language that I rarely use those words, and I'm about to start using them because of you psychopaths.
Silly Philly, don't worry, it's gonna be okay.
Dude, no. Stop trying to be the one person you were trying to put on. Miss Rachel. Like, you're not cool, buddy.
Oh yeah. I have a question though, real question.
No. I don't care about what shapes are shapes. I really don't care.
I'm not gonna ask you that. That's not the question I was gonna ask you, Phil.
Dude, Dean, backhand slap Parker across the face. And, dude, right now, slap the piss out of him.
Damn, dude.
Or I'll have to do it myself.
That was pretty intense, brother.
Hey, Phil, how many likes to change your name on TikTok to Phil?
That's kind of a bit over the top, my friend.
1 million.
1 million likes to change your TikTok name to Phil?
Yeah, and if I don't, you got to change your name to Phil.
Okay, I can't do that.
I can't do that. Then if I'm not getting nothing out of it, you're not getting nothing. Because my name's not Phil. Yeah,
it is. It's honorary Phil. Okay.
Dude, put your puppy on a leash, Dean, please.
What? Did you say I'm Dean's puppy?
I said put him on a leash.
What? Why? What makes you think I'm his puppy?
Dude, because dude,
chill, Phil.
I can't.
Chill,
Dude,
Phil.
my name
Chill.
is not Phil.
You need to bring it down.
I am brung down.
Just to fill levels. Just to fill levels. Just bring it down a few.
You're not
fill
funny,
levels.
little
No.
bro. You would not say this to me in real life. You're 6 foot. You're not even
Little
6
bro.
foot.
Okay,
you
okay,
wish.
okay,
You're
little
like
fro.
5 foot.
All right, little fro.
Dude, pipe down. You're not tough. Nobody in here thinks you're tough at all.
Okay, Phil.
Hey, Phil, are you a philosopher?
Dude, oh my god, dude. You people come up
Do
with
you like
same stuff
philosophy? Is that your favorite topic to debate? Philosophy?
Yo, Aaron, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo from a Hawaiian Psychobot. Missy with a $1, and then Michael with a $20 saying that this live is so fulfilling.
That's not
Thank you for the $20, Michael. I appreciate you so much for the love. As well as Ashley with a $10 who says, you're quite the philanthropist. Michael with a $2.
Bro, you guys are gonna
Olivia with a $6. Jacob with a $5 from the DNC bot. Thank you. And then, yo, Michael, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, tell Phil he's a moron.
I'm not a moron,
You're
and my
a moron,
name's
Phil.
not Phil.
You're a moron, Phil.
Wait,
I'm not a moron.
Why'd you respond to it?
Because they're trying to call me that, and I'm not that.
You've responded multiple times to being called Phil. I just want to
Because
know
at this point, that's what. Whenever they say Phil,
at this point it's your name.
At this point,
At
it's
this
your name.
point, it's his
No,
name.
no.
Yeah.
That's what you respond to.
No.
Hey, don't filibuster here, buddy. You're being fallacious.
Dude, Parker, dude.
Is it hurting your feelings?
Oh, I mean, I honestly, you said that Parker was what? I mean, I think that he's being pretty funny. Philani. He's been.
That is not.
Dean's not good at it.
Well, it pissed him off, so it's okay.
Say it to me in real life. Say it to me in real life, please.
Tell you
please,
that
I beg you to.
Tell you that I think that Parker's being Philani.
What you're doing right now, what you're trying to do right now, you're big, dude. You are trying to sit here and. Oh my gosh, I gotta calm down.
You can't even speak. Phil.
Because you guys are making me get a little. I don't get angry, but I'm getting a little, you know.
A little,
you know.
A little,
hyped up
a little
and stuff.
affiliated.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Hey, real question. Hey. Are you feeling fulfilled in your life?
All right, dude, I'm about to. Oh, bro. Oh my gosh, you guys are so ignorant. It's not even funny, dude. Like, you guys think everything is funny. Oh, you think everything is funny? How do you think that this is funny?
Honestly, you're just being full of yourself.
No, I'm getting tag teamed by 13,000 people. You guys are all calling me Phil, and it's not funny, and I don't like it no more.
Phil, it's okay. You can chill.
There's actually 6,000 people on YouTube and 14,000
chill.
people on TikTok, so 20,000 people. Hey,
I've been
Danielle,
chill.
thank you so much for the $25 over in Venmo. Danielle, I absolutely agree with your message. Thank you so much for the $25. Let's get 250 Danielle W's, as well as 150 Stephanie W's, who says, I love being a little psycho who's in love with you. Keep going. Phil of the future is crashing out right now. Appreciate you for the $15.
Why can't you guys understand?
Michael,
I
thank
don't
you.
like being called Phil.
You called them all fucking psycho.
Because they call me Phil for no reason.
Oh my God, Michael! Thank you for the $20. He says, "Dean, your life's quote unquote fill my heart every day."
What is the reason for calling me Phil?
You
Thank you for the $20,
say
Michael.
Kamala Harris's name wrong.
I did not. I was messing up a little bit.
No, you weren't. That was purposeful.
Yes, I was.
Phil, that's why you ended up being called Phil. That's the origin story of you.
Dude, I got started calling Phil because I went on Santana's live, and I told him no. I told him my name was
filibuster. Don't filibuster right now.
Oh my!
Stop being fallacious. You're just being fallacious, though.
No, I went on Santana's live, and I was trying to
You're filling the live
him,
stream
and
with
he asked
lies.
me, "Oh my gosh, why can't you let me talk, dude?" Oh, you're lucky that we're on a live stream right now.
What? Why? What else? What would you do if it wasn't on a live stream?
Dude, you don't want to find out.
You tell me. Be specific.
Let's just have, dude. We can start a boxing match or something. I mean, dude, yeah. You and Dean versus me. At the same time.
You don't want that, bro.
I do want that, little bro.
You don't want
You're
that,
5'6". You're not tough.
Listen, even if I was 5'6", I'd still beat your shit.
You are 5'6".
No, I'm not. But if I was, you'd still be on the losing side of history, my friend.
No, Lil bro, I would, dude. I am like a whole foot taller than you, bro. Literally a whole foot taller than you.
Phil,
Lil.
how tall are you?
Let's see.
I'm 6'6".
So wing.
You're 6'6". Really
Yes.
turn your camera on, Phil.
Wingspan.
I'm not giving you the privilege to look at me.
Wingspan is not the only like indicator of what a good fighter is. You know, yeah, like I'm not a big fan of him, but Conor McGregor.
How much do you weigh, Dean Withers?
Would you say that Conor McGregor is a good fighter?
Yeah, at one point, but there's weight classes.
And by the way,
bro.
he's like totally like a POS. By the way,
no, he's not.
Yeah, he was found civilly liable for grape.
Yeah, he is.
What did he do?
He raped a woman. But Conor McGregor is actually 5'9". So would you beat up Conor McGregor because he's almost a whole foot shorter
Yes,
than
I
you?
absolutely would in a boxing match, 100%.
Okay, I like your ambition.
Dude, there's weight classes for a reason.
He really lives his life by his philosophy.
Yeah.
Dude, you're not funny. Right now, I'm gonna tell you one last time. I'm done with you and Dean sitting here disrespecting me constantly all the time. You are gonna respect me.
Don't hurt your feelings.
Well,
Come on, Phil.
usually people that deserve respect don't demand it.
I deserve respect.
That's
There's
my
no
philosophy.
reason. Name one reason why I don't deserve respect.
Well, I mean, one reason why you don't deserve respect is because you're very mad when I ask you what your philosophy. You get so flustered.
He's so flustered.
I'm not even mad.
You're inflamed. Dude,
you're purposely doing this. I'm not even mad.
Yo, hey, real quick. Oh my God,
Really?
Sally, thank you so much for the
God.
$50 on Venmo. Let's get 500 Sally W's, who says, "Hey, Dean, I was just on a conservative YouTube live, and this clown was actually blaming the woman who got her face blown off instead of blaming the ICE agent. I'm disgusted, my dude. It is like actually horrendous. I could like stomach hearing a lot. I don't know if I could like stomach hearing a defense of her murder. Thank you so much for the $50, as well as Amanda. Thank you so much for the $10. Who says Phil is hilarious. Thank you for the $10. Jenna with the $10 who says this guy is being hilarious. Megan with a $1. Tatiana with a $5. Kat with a $20 says Snowflake flew with the threats today. Yeah, he's really
You guys are going
out.
to start respecting
Phil's really
me,
flipping
or I'm
out.
gonna make you respect me.
He's gonna make us respect him.
Let's have a boxing
Sarah,
match
thank you for
right
the $10
now. We can
who
do it
says
anywhere, anytime,
I appreciate you
anytime.
so much for the love, Sarah. Matt with the $10 who says sending love from Philadelphia. Jaden with the $5. I feel like you're tough. Yeah, he really needs to take a chill Phil because he wants to box and fight so much. Megan, thank you so much for the $2.
Me and you,
Jenna with a $5. Ben with a $1.
Or
Over on
one-on-two,
PayPal,
I'll
Madison
take
with a
both
$1.
of you.
Emerson with a $1. See, Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 who says, it's so weird that this guest is flipping out so bad. Sonia, thank you so much for the $50 who says, call the ambulance. Phil is crashing. Azuraton, thank you for the $10 saying that this guy needs to take a chill, Phil. Penny with the, sorry. Whoa, it's just secondhand nature. I just called Penny Finney. Penny, thank you so much for the $10 who says, Phil, you come up here every day because you love the attention. Quit acting as if you don't.
I don't.
John with the $20 who says Phil can get fucked.
Respect
Thank you
Philly.
for the $20. Yeah,
You
respect
should-
Philly.
You should admit that you like it. Respect Philly. Admit that you like it.
Then Patty, thank you so much for the
say this to me in real life.
$25. I appreciate you. Patty just goes, Phil. Thank you for the $25, Patty. Molly and Olivia, I appreciate you both for the 5. Steve with the $10, he says, come on, don't hurt Phil's feelings. I'm trying not to hurt his feelings. Like, respectfully, I'm really trying to be kind. Ashley, thank you for the $10. She says, you're quite the philanthropist. Thank you for the love, Ashley. And then, Angela, thank you so much for the $28 who says, except your name is Phil in debate. Dean, I appreciate you for the $28. Then Jeremy with the $10 on PayPal, just saying, just feeling a bit philanthropic. Thank you for the $10. And then Ruben, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Andrew with the $5, Justin with a 3, Olivia with a 5, Benjamin with a 1, Gina with a 5, Megan with a 2, Jaden with a 5, Matt, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you so much for the love, sending love from Philadelphia. Then L with a 3, Randy with a 3 saying, Cody with a $10, he says Phil would fold like laundry in an actual fight. Yeah, he'd fold.
No, I would not.
That's right.
You guys have
you'd
no
fold,
respect.
Phil. James, thank you for the $5, who says such a privilege to be able to watch you dunk on MAGA. Hannah, thank you for the $5. She says, I just need someone to make a quick, I'm just Phil audio full song, please. And I'm pretty sure they did. Anita, thank you for the $10. She says, can somebody do a wellness check
speaking of a song, dude, somebody made a song, We Are Phil, of me, and I'm taking legal action against it.
Also, someone said that you have your Philin origin story.
Don't know, no clue what that means.
Like,
My
we
name's not
told
Phil.
we told your Phil and
Dude, no, I think I heard
origin
you
story
read out
earlier.
loud. If you play that song, I swear, dude.
We are Phil.
Stop now. That's not even funny because I've talked to my lawyer. He said there's nothing he could do about it, but he was not getting. I wasn't paying him enough, obviously. Whoever made that song, it only has 100 likes, but I'm suing them because they made AI generated stuff of me. Stop it! Turn it off now! Turn it off! Turn it off! Dude, turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off!
Dude, why
Turn
is
it
this
off!
actually so funny?
I'm suing them. I promise you, I'm suing you too.
Yes, we are. We are Phil.
Dude, delete it. Dude,
it really touches the heart.
Dude, stop. Turn it off. Dude, on everything, I'm suing every single one of you. Turn it off! Turn it off now! Turn it off! It's not funny.
Phil.
It's not a good song.
It's a great song. Yeah, it's not good. It's great.
No,
it's marvelous.
It's not. It's not. That song, dude, no, absolutely not. And you guys just
now that video is gonna get 10 million likes right there. Boom.
No, it's not. If that, dude,
yes,
no,
it will. Yes,
no.
it will. The "We Are Phil" song is going viral.
No, I know it's if that. I should put it on my soul. If you guys continue to indulge in that song, I'm not even getting into it.
You're gonna sue me for listening to a song?
Yeah, no, you're playing it in front of 20,000
You're a
people.
fucking freak, dude. You can't do
yes,
that.
I'm suing you. You guys. Yes, I
Okay,
can do that.
I mean, Phil, if that's what makes you feel fulfilled,
What do you?
You know what I mean? Like,
God,
what are you suing me? Wait, what would you sue me for?
Defamation. You guys are calling me Phil.
Wait, you understand that like defamation would be like a negative attack on one's character.
Exactly.
That, like,
That's
causes
what you're
material
doing.
losses. So like, what material losses have I called you?
Material losses. Yes.
What material?
What
material
people
losses
in
have I
my,
caused you?
Somebody in real life, like that knows me, seen the crap of me, and is calling me Phil in real life. On everything.
Really?
Yes.
I fucking love that for you. That's great.
That's not great.
Oh my god, that is awesome. Who's this patriot? Who's this patriot that's calling you Phil IRL?
Bro, no.
No. Tell us who's the patriot. Who's the goddamn
they
patriot?
say it one more time to me, and I bet they're in here. They say it one more time to me. Huh. Dude, I went to school with them, and dude, yeah.
You just sound like you're really in your feelings, dude. I'm gonna ask you to calm down.
Feelings.
No. Stop now.
This is a.
You guys are. You guys have absolutely no respect on my name.
Are you fucking crying?
We are Phil.
No.
We are Phil.
You're fucking crying.
You guys don't respect who I am.
Hey,
I've told you so
I
many
am
times.
Phil. You are Phil. We are all Phil.
No, we are not.
Yes, we are. We are Phil.
I'm not Phil.
Yes, you are.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm not Phil?
We're Phil. We are Phil.
No, dude. Say it to me in real life. See what happens. You would not say it to me in real life, Parker. I promise you would not say it to me in real life.
Phil, I think you need to take a second, go refill your drink.
You do this, dude.
Phil,
and you act like it's a joke.
Phil, stop,
it's not
stop.
a fucking joke.
Wait, go take a break. Go
I'm
refill your
fine.
drink.
He's fucking
I don't
crying.
need a break.
Don't get in your feelings.
I'm not crying.
Focus on philosophy.
Dude, you guys have absolutely no respect in here, and it's not even funny.
Shut up, Phil. Hey, Elena, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, we are Phil. We are Phil, Elena. Thank you for the $50. Yes. Oh, wait.
Dina, I'm going to go start my live. I'm going to go start my live, Dina.
All right, man.
Good seeing you, man.
Yeah, you too. So then a guy sent $10 who says, Phil is flipping the fuck out. Dude, Phil is flipping the fuck out. flipping fuck. Hey, yo, real quick, Natasha with a 14 Australian dollars who says, Dean, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I needed that today. Thank you.
Dude,
Yeah,
you
you
guys have
are
absolutely
welcome.
no respect no
Thank you
matter
so much
what
for the
I
love.
say or what I
Robin
do.
with a $5 says, I literally haven't laughed out hard. I laughed out loud as hard as I did when you pulled up the flashlight. You turned me on the good side, by the way. That's awesome. Sonia, thank you for the $5 as well. Appreciate you so much. Georgia with a $5 said, had my grandpa's funeral today. This is exactly what I needed to feel better. Oh, I'm happy that we can help you feel better, Georgia. By the way, she did say feel better as in PHIL. Fucking queen. Thank you, Delaney, for the $9 over on Venmo. Dude.
I don't think.
Wait, dude, her grandpa just fucking died, and you're going to turn around and say she's not funny?
But she's disrespecting me.
But her grandpa just
disrespecting
fucking
me.
died. Dude.
And I'm sorry for her, and I feel for her. But
yeah, good
she's
boy. You
sitting here and she's-
apologize. You apologize. Matina, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says we are Phil? Whoops, I didn't mean Phil is a total banger. Thank you for the $25. Total banger. Total banger. Thank you for the $25, Matina.
That
You're right.
song
Total
is
banger.
AI and
Nope,
trash,
it's a banger. It's a banger, Phil. It's a banger.
Dude,
it's a banger, Phil. It's a banger. Calm down. It's a
no, it's
banger.
not.
Yes, it is. It's a banger,
No,
Phil.
it's not.
Get out of your feelings. It's a banger.
I'm not in my feelings.
You're in your
You guys just
feelings.
have
It's a banger.
You guys have no respect
Take a chill,
on
Phil.
my name.
Take a big one. Big old chill, Phil.
I am, and you're mocking. You're trying to be Donald Trump.
Okay. Okay, that's it for him. Bye, Phil. Okay, a couple more people to thank here, then we are going to get off for the night. Let's see here. Kat, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. Emily, thank you for the $20. She says, I'm a therapist. Does he need to talk about his feelings? Dude, yeah, Emily will help you out, Phil. Anita, thank you for the 10. Jana, thank you for the 5. Hannah with the 5. James with the 5. Rhea with the 2. L with the 3. And then Cody, thank you so much for the $10. All right. All right, folks, it looks like we're all caught up. But dude, the donations just continue to roll in. Guys, if there's absolutely anybody who I've missed tonight, just know that I apologize and that I'm incredibly thankful for your love. However, at this point in time, I do have to go ahead and hop off for the night. Got to go make some dinner. I love you all. Go raid Parker. Show him some love. He's going to be doing debates for the next 4 hours. And I will see you all tomorrow. Make sure to hit your follow button on your way out on TikTok. I do these lives every day. On YouTube, as soon as we're done streaming, drop a couple comments on the VOD. Drop a like on the VOD. Drop a subscription. And I love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye-bye.